Ignis really owns the historical matchup with a commanding 657 wins over Mist. That level of dominance usually translates into a heavy mental edge, especially since he was the one who took the victory in their most recent meeting today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can break that cycle. He's just too fast right now, claiming another round to keep this momentum rolling. He is playing extremely well right now compared to his last few matches. A perfectly timed shot gives Mist some much needed breathing room. A quick glimpse of what happens when the favorite lets up. Ignis is putting a stranglehold on this with a 4-1 lead. He's clearly finding his footing against a struggling opponent. That's another clean exchange for the underdog, who's refusing to let the deficit get out of hand. Ignis is carrying a lot of confidence right now, especially after posting a 1917 record over the last day. Well, it's a stark contrast to Mist, who is currently struggling through a very difficult slump in his last 10 matches. We'll see if those struggles keep weighing on him. Ignis keeps pulling ahead with a comfortable 6-3 lead. A tough gap to bridge when you're coming in at rank 31. Unreal, Ignis barely scrapes through that one, finally shaking him off the ramp. Just another nail in the coffin after that tough series against Esther. A complete shutdown, ensuring he heads into the break with all the wind in his sails. We head into the break with Ignis leading 8-4. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the number suggested. He's in a great spot, but Mist still has plenty of room to fight back. Mist needs a complete reset here. Mist claws back one more to make it 5-8. He's certainly fighting through the pressure of those recent losses. Ignis is just relentless, pushing the score to 9-5. The gap in overall win rate is starting to feel real here. Mist is starting to close this gap, refusing to let this slide away. The higher seeded player is having a bit of a struggle here. Ignis holds a commanding 10-6 lead right now. The gap in their overall win rates is making a difference. Mist is really fighting an uphill battle here, just completely outmatched in these last few exchanges. It's a tough climb from where he sits on the ladder. A cold delivery to put him firmly in control of the map. His overall skill level just seems a notch higher today. Mist manages to slow the bleeding, keeping the hopes alive for just a bit longer. He's definitely fighting the odds at this point. Absolute perfection on that last shot to seal the series. He really looked like the better player today, and that sub 1 second flick just summed up the whole series. Aster has seen a lot of success lately with a 5-win streak heading into this series, and he's already proven he can dismantle Ignis in a previous match today. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries him through the rest of the set. Aster is playing the ramp effectively, keeping the pressure on as he takes the lead. He is certainly playing like the higher rated man tonight. Ignis is reeling now, trailing 3-1. He's definitely doing enough to shake off that slight underdog status. Ignis clawed back, but Aster still holds a narrow lead. He's definitely showing why he's the favorite in their head-to-head history. Unreal. He barely walks away from that chaotic exchange, clutching a narrow victory to go up 4-2. Aster is really taking advantage of his current form, and honestly, it's quite a turnaround from their long-term history together. It's rare to see him be this comfortable against a player who has usually held the upper hand. Let's see if he can keep this pace. Absolute madness. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health after a brutal fight from the ramp. Ignis is refusing to go away, putting up a fight to keep this set close. He's starting to look like that pre-match favorite again. Aster's firmly in command with a strong 7-4 lead. He has definitely outclassed his opponent in their most recent clashes. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's completely defied the pre-match predictions. He's utilizing his superior 61% map win rate to stay in the driver's seat here. Time for a fresh start. Aster's just cruising now with an 8-5 advantage. Aster is certainly playing the part of the top-tier talent here. Aster is just dominant, extending his lead to 9-5. Ignis is putting up a fight, preventing Aster from just strolling to the finish line here. The 13th seed is clearly feeling some pressure now. Aster is just running away with it at 10-6. His recent 13-5 result against his opponent foreshadowed exactly this. Hard stopping, he barely escapes that frantic brawl with a sliver of life remaining. He's really skating on a knife's edge with those health totals. He secured a win from the ramp to put himself just one round away from victory. He's completely erased the doubt surrounding his seed tonight. A huge reaction from Ignis to keep himself in the fight with a perfectly timed shot. He's found some footing, putting up 2 straight to delay the inevitable. He's fighting back to justify that pre-match favorite status. A huge momentum swing for the challenger here. This is a complete turnaround from the first half. He's simply refusing to crack, picking up another victory to keep his hopes alive. He's effectively erased that early deficit. What a stand! He is simply refusing to let this match slip away, keeping the streak alive. His composure is simply frightening right now. Game over. Aster closes it out with a decisive kill to seal the victory. Ignis almost flipped the script with that incredible run late in the set. He just couldn't quite close the door. Hard-fought win. Aster has historically been the far more successful player in this specific rivalry with a 63% head-to-head win rate. So yeah, it's a bit surprising to see him start on the back foot. We'll see if he can use that experience to flatten this early lead. Mist is really putting the heat on Aster right now. The higher rated player is starting to make his presence felt. Ignis is comfortably ahead with a 61% win rate in their long history together. He's definitely the one you'd expect to come out on top here. We just have to see if Mist can actually break that trend today. Mist is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's certainly defying that poor recent form. Ignis just takes a quick peek from the ramp to pull back into a tie. The lower rated player is fighting back to keep this closer. Ignis is really starting to build some momentum here as he claims his third round of the game. He's showing exactly why he holds the better rank on the ladder. Absolute deadlock now as Mist levels the score. It's a complete toss-up, especially after that rough 2-1 loss to Aster. Ignis edges forward, holding a slim 4-3 lead. A real struggle for Mist, who's really feeling that recent slump today. These two are just trading blows back and forth. Neither one can keep the lead for more than a single round. Mist sneaks back into the lead at 5-4. He's putting together a much cleaner series than his recent matches suggest. Ignis makes a quick move to catch Mist on the ramp and bring things back to a draw. He's really fighting an uphill battle given that ranking disadvantage. Mist really dominated the line of sight here, shutting down Ignis from the Tetris. He's clearly outplaying his rank 31 standing today. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's completely flipped the script on this one, coming in with a 6-match losing streak. Nobody expected him to be the one controlling the pace right now. Time for a fresh start. Unreal! That was a total slugfest and he just barely closed out the victory. The pressure is really starting to mount for the higher seeded player. He stays gritty and manages to claw back another one here. Just trying to find a way back into the series now. Mist has completely flipped the script and is now firmly in control. It's a huge shift considering he struggled so much in his latest appearances. He's effectively outplayed his history with Ignis in this series. A sudden collision on the ramp and Mist is simply too quick to take this one. Really leaning into that unexpected surge now. That was a brutal exchange, but he manages to come out on top again. Just an incredible turnaround from that previous match where he struggled. Ignis gets the better of him here to hold that run. It's a tough spot to be in after those rough losses to Aster. Ignis is quickly shrinking this gap, putting on a lot of pressure here. A steady presence, just as we saw in their earlier meeting. That was a frantic scramble, but he manages to come out on top and put the pressure on. That's a huge response immediately after losing the previous one. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to shut the door and secure the series. He really dug deep and played a flawless game to get this result. A huge confidence booster after all those losses lately. He had to work for that. Aster enters this set with a strong 7-win streak, which shows exactly how much heat he's bringing into today's clash. It's interesting because Ignis usually holds the edge in their direct history, but those recent results are heavily skewed toward Aster. Aster's putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Ignis likes to play the spoiler despite that rating gap. Ignis is moving fast, taking those last 2 rounds in practically no time. A complete reset for both of them now. Aster is really aggressive right now, quickly shutting down Ignis while he was perched up on the wine. We've got a dead heat at 3 apiece. This is a tough fight for him, given those recent losses to Mist. Aster claims the lead, pushing ahead to 4. This is starting to look like that close series they just finished. Both of these players are just swapping rounds back and forth. Nobody is letting the other even blink. Aster edges ahead by 1, holding a slim lead. His 13th spot on the ladder is really showing here. Aster is currently holding a decent 22-14 record over the last day. It's giving him a significant psychological edge in a match where he started as the underdog. If he can close this out, it really cements his current momentum. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's definitely playing better than his underdog status suggests. We're seeing a potential upset here if he can maintain this consistency. Time to swap and go again. Aster is just running away with this, sitting comfortably at 8. Ignis just can't find a way to stop his opponent today. Ignis is digging in and refusing to back down, trimming the deficit to 2. The favorite is finally showing some fight. Aster keeps the momentum going, quickly flushing Ignis out of that bind position. Ignis just can't seem to get his footing against him today. Aster is just cruising now, extending that gap to 4. The gap in experience is showing as he takes control here. Aster is dominating the map now, leading 10-7. Aster is really tightening the noose here, leaving Ignis with very few options to get back into this. Both players are trading rounds constantly now, keeping this really tight. A flawless response from Ignis, who is stubbornly clawing his way back into this match. Another clean sweep for Ignis, who is now charging through this game with a 3-round heater. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor. A sharp reaction from Aster to put a halt to that run and get himself a chance at the win. Unbelievable! He shuts the door on this match with total precision to take the victory. Despite that insane reflex shot early on, Ignis just couldn't find the consistency to close this out. He really pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Aster has a huge historical advantage here with a 68% all-time win rate. That experience is clearly showing today as the match has started exactly as we'd expect. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to disrupt this flow. He's just too fast for his opponent, taking a huge 3-0 lead. The higher seed is definitely proving his worth this early on. Unbelievable. Mist barely clings to life with 12 health to secure the round from the ramp. A huge gutsy play to keep this contest competitive. Aster keeps the pressure on with a dominant 4-1 lead. His current form has been on another level lately. Aster's simply cruising now, sitting comfortably at 5-1. He's really bringing that 80% recent form into this series. Aster manages to clear him off the ramp, extending his lead to 6-1. His ranking as a top 15 player is giving him total control. Mist holds the height on that wine box to carve out another round. It is great to see him shaking off that previous loss today. Mist has managed to take quite a few rounds off Aster in their previous head-to-head encounters. Well, it just seems the momentum has shifted completely in this particular series. I wonder if he can find a way to stall this run before it becomes an absolute rout. Aster reads the ramp perfectly and catches him out for another one. He's put in a lot of work today with those 23 total wins. Aster holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, Mist was the projected favorite today, but he is struggling to keep up with his pace. He needs a serious shift in gear to claw back into the game. Let's see if Mist can flip it. Mist is still fighting a tough battle down 5-8. The lower seed is putting up a real fight tonight. He's really starting to find some traction here, taking another round with a total shutdown of his opponent. Aster is firmly in command at 9-6 right now. That was an incredibly fast reaction to get the lead back. Aster is just a few steps away at 10-6. The gap in the ladder rankings is starting to feel quite substantial. Aster shuts down the comeback by securing that window vantage, firmly back in control. He's been an absolute machine throughout his matches today. Mist manages to trade back around, keeping his hopes alive. He really needs a few more of these to turn the tide. He just takes Aster right off the ramp. Mist is starting to pile up a really dangerous streak here. That was a total shutout. Aster is now just one round away from the victory. He just erased that momentum shift in the blink of an eye. Mist manages to stay atop the wine box and secure a vital round. A massive relief for him to get this one on the board. He is refusing to back down now, shutting the door on Aster with a flawless delivery. What a finish! Aster locks down the final round from the ramp to seal the victory. Mist really fought back for every single point there, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a match! Ignis historically owns this rivalry with 658 total wins over Mist. Well, it's an intimidating record, but Mist is already proving that today's momentum is leaning the other way. Now we'll see if he can actually maintain this early pressure. He's absolutely owning this opening stretch, taking a huge lead to 3-0. He's just too fast, making it look easy as he reaches a 4-round lead. This is looking exactly like that last clash on Redline. He manages to edge out the duel, finally putting a stop to that initial run. He definitely has the edge in pure skill on the ladder. He's showing great resilience here, securing another win to close the gap. The favorite is finally starting to assert his authority. He is simply too sharp right now, wiping the floor with his opponent to bring this game within 1. What a surge! He finishes the job from the box to even the score. The momentum shift is complete. We're back to a dead heat. Mist reclaimed a 1-round lead with a lightning-fast execution. He's really making the most of his day so far. That was an effortless shot, completely erasing the gap and leaving them dead even. He's continuing this strong push, securing his second straight round to take control before the break. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is lining up with the pre-match predictions. We've seen a lot of back and forth, but the top-ranked player is holding the edge for now. Fresh start, let's go. Mist strikes back to make it a tight 7-6. He's definitely fighting through a tough spell tonight. A crisp finish to push the lead back to 2. The gap in their ranks is starting to feel like a real factor. Ignis clamps down again to hold an 8-7 lead. Another prompt response from the favorite, staying frosty to push his lead back to 2. The top seeds usually pull through when it gets this tense. Mist just clawed back to an 8-9 deficit. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence than in his previous match against Aster. He's digging deep to keep the pressure on and extends his lead to 2. He's truly showing why he holds a higher spot on the ladder. Mist closes in, narrowing the gap to just 9-10. He's certainly looking more comfortable now than he did against Aster earlier. That was a huge sequence. Mist is putting on a show right now, winning another fight from the high ground. This match is a complete toss-up right now. He's purely on fire now, securing his 3rd straight from the box to reclaim the lead. The momentum is completely flipped from that red line clash earlier. Ignis is refusing to buckle, putting up a huge answer to bring the score level. Things are getting wild as the favorite claws back into this. What a read! He just shuts things down to put himself in a prime position to end this right now. Unbelievable! He survives by a sliver of health to secure the map victory. He's completely flipped the script on the head-to-head today. This is just a massive result for the lower seed. What a fight! Aster is entering this set on a huge 9-win streak. He's certainly carrying a lot of confidence after already beating Ignis in their most recent encounter. We have to see if Ignis can find a way to break that momentum. He's simply too quick for his opponent, taking a full 3 rounds to start the set. He is absolutely on fire, extending his lead to 4-0. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. He is just untouchable right now, walking away from another round without taking any damage. Finally, the fighting back begins as Ignis puts a stop to that run. Aster has the clear advantage here with that 73% map win rate. I mean, it's probably a huge reason why he's looking so comfortable right now. The real question is if Ignis can dig into his historical depth and turn this around. Aster is just cruising with a commanding 6-2 lead. Despite the current deficit, he actually holds the lead in their lifetime series. Aster just pushes the gap further to 7-2. He is really putting that rank 13 status on display right now. Aster gets the better of him again, using the ramp to keep the pressure high. A tough day so far for the favorite. Aster keeps the momentum rolling as he shuts down any hope of a comeback before the break. He's definitely the one in form right now. Aster holds a huge 10-2 lead heading into the break. I mean, it is just a different story out there. He's completely ignored the pre-match odds and is putting on a show. Ignis needs a total reset here. Ignis grabs one more, trailing 10-3 as we resume. He's putting up a fight despite the rough stretch today. Aster had no trouble dealing with him on that ramp. He's really asserting himself here. A complete shutdown of the round, putting the victory right within his grasp. Exactly what we've seen from him in their previous head-to-heads. Absolutely flawless ending. Aster closes the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He's just simply too strong for his opponent today. He really didn't leave any room for a comeback. Mist makes a strong start, securing that early lead from the ramp. Aster takes control from the ramp, evening things up right away. He's certainly playing like the favored man today. Aster holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 92 wins. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into today's series. We're seeing a lot of that historical superiority translate into early pressure for Mist. Aster just edges ahead, now leading 3-2. That's a brutal run of form for Mist lately. A real deadlock we have here, with neither player able to build any real momentum. A really gritty showing from the lower seeded player so far. Mist manages to claw back in front, 4-3. A tough spot for him, considering he's been perfect in his last 10. Pure chaos. Now Aster brings us back to a dead heat. He's definitely utilizing his higher rating to keep this close. Aster is starting to look very comfortable here, as he puts more pressure on the scoreboard. Aster secures another clean kill from the ramp, extending his run to 3 straight. His recent form is just frightening right now. What a scrap! Mist barely survives that fight to take a round just before the break. He's showing some incredible resilience to stay in this game. We head into the break all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, things are playing out pretty much as expected. Mist is standing his ground well despite that higher 1573 rating Aster is bringing to the table. Fresh start for both. Aster strikes back and takes a thin lead. The higher seeded player is quickly finding his footing again. They both chose the same spot for this one, but Mist was just a hair faster to the mark. A real battle of wills from someone who's fought a lot today. Aster just keeps his nose ahead, leading 8-7. The momentum is swinging back in his favor after a dominant day so far. Aster has been nearly perfect today with a 23-13 record across all his matches. He's certainly making this look easy as he takes a firmer grip on the server. It will be a tough climb for Mist to break this rhythm. Absolute mayhem in that exchange. He just barely clutched it out with a sliver of health. Coming into this as the favorite, he's really taking the lead now. A total shutout as he just refuses to let this lead slip. It's getting hard to shake that 10-game tier he's on. He just will not let go, pushing his current run to 5 straight. This matches the dominant trajectory he's held throughout the season. And that is it. Aster clears the map with a final blow to close out the series. He's just completely shifted into another gear. Mist tried to put up a fight, but the gap in skill was just too wide today. Ignis has been the far more successful player in their direct history, winning over 60% of their matches. Well, that dominance hasn't translated into this specific series so far. It'll be interesting to see if the historical edge actually kicks in now. Ignis is pulling ahead now with a 2-1 lead. A much needed result after those 5 straight losses he suffered recently. Mist manages to shut him down on the wine, keeping things dead even here. Just a little more breathing room for the lower rated player here. Mist is really starting to take control of the map now, using that high ground at the wine to secure another round. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher rated man. Unbelievable. He was almost out of health, but he managed to survive that firefight and pull away with a 3rd straight. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another effortless win. Total shutdown. That's 5 in a row for Mist, who looked completely flawless on that engagement. He's just on fire, picking up another one to bring the tally to 6 straight. He's absolutely cruising, picking up a 7th consecutive victory to push the lead to 8-2. Ignis finally finds a way through and puts a stop to that rampage. He's usually the one driving the pace in this matchup. Mist takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything about the start defies the expectations. He's looked far more composed than the higher ranked player despite that massive head-to-head disadvantage. Time for a clean slate. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, coming into this second half with an 11-4 lead overall in his matches today. You know, it's a huge contrast to his 20% win rate over the last 10. He's clearly finding a second win that Ignis just can't seem to match. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-5. A strong effort from the 31st ranked player in our pool. Things are looking bleak for Ignis, who just can't find a way to stop the momentum shifting his way. A rough set of results for the 5th ranked player today. That was a lightning fast encounter. Ignis completely caught him off guard there. Ignis is finally finding an answer here, putting together a nice little run to close the gap. He's not letting up, securing another swift victory to keep the pressure mounting. Mist shuts him down from the wine, putting himself 1 step away from victory. A shocking flip from what we expected, seeing his rank over the other. Ignis comes through with a clean kill to delay the inevitable. He really needed that reset to stay competitive. What a finish! Mist closes the door on this series with an effortless final kill. He's completely flipped the script on this rivalry, taking down a player who usually dominates him in their head-to-heads. Aster enters this with an impressive 11 win streak over his last 10 matches. He's really carried a lot of momentum into this series. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can use their historical edge in the head-to-head to slow things down. Ignis is really starting to seize control of the pace, securing another quick win from the ramp. He's completely shifted the momentum, taking 3 straight to build a commanding lead. Unbelievable. He barely walked away from that firefight, but he manages to keep the streak alive. A complete reversal from that previous blowout victory. A gritty win here for Aster, showing some real toughness to claw another round back. Ignis is currently battling through a tough 6 loss streak in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's playing with a huge chip on his shoulder right now. He is really capitalizing on this early lead to prove he can overcome the slump. Aster is putting up a fight, reacting quickly to shut that one down. The favorite is starting to dig in. A total shutdown here as he continues his climb back into the game. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the server leader. Wow. He barely clings to this one from the ramp, ending that intense trade on a sliver of health. What a sharp display of precision to close the gap just before the switch. Just in time to flatten the score before the half. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 going into the break. Well, it looks like Aster is proving his rank is no fluke here. He's weathering the storm perfectly to keep this match balanced. Let's see who hits their shots first. He's looking incredibly sharp, seizing the lead with a total shutdown of the round. He's really asserting that slight favorite status right now. He just clears Ignis right off the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The momentum is swinging heavily in his direction. He's just completely outclassing the competition right now, securing another effortless victory. He's just totally in command now, putting together a serious run of 4 straight. The gap in quality is becoming very evident here. He just barely survives that slugfest to make it 5 in a row. It's becoming a bit of a landslide for the higher seeded side. He barely edged out that frantic exchange, and now he's just 1 round shy of victory. The gap between these two in the rankings is really showing now. Ignis finally finds an opening to slow this momentum down and keep his hopes alive. He needed a breakthrough like that to stay in the conversation. And he's done it! A stunning recovery to close this out and seal the victory. He's simply on another level right now, and it's clear that the streak is continuing for Aster. Aster really commands the head-to-head record with 93 round wins, but Mist has clearly found a way to dismantle that confidence in their most recent series of meetings. It will be interesting to see if the higher rated player can recover his composure here. Mist is putting a serious squeeze on Aster right now. He's definitely leaning on that top quartile form today. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on here, taking control of the momentum early on. Mist just seems to have an answer for everything right now, taking that duel from the box. Deadlock at 3-all, we're in for a thriller. He's been on an absolute tear with a 12-win run lately. Absolute chaos up on the box, and Mist managed to come out on top of that trade. Aster manages to put him down from that perch, keeping this an absolute nail-biter. Aster has certainly had the better run of things in the past. Aster holds a slim lead as we hit round 9. His flawless run in the last 10 has been an absolute machine. That's another flawless exchange, and he is now rolling with 3 straight. His 25-11 record today really highlights how dangerous he is. A speedy response here, putting the momentum back in Mist's favor heading into the final frame of the half. We've got a 6-6 deadlock at the break. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as anticipated. Even with Aster's huge win rate on this map, Mist is holding his ground and refusing to slip. Let's see who breaks the tie. Aster manages to edge ahead by a single round. He's certainly proving why he entered this one as the clear favorite. Mist clawed back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. He's really capitalizing on a high-intensity day after a strong 39 win over Ignis. Mist is really putting on the pressure now, showing he can consistently outpace Aster in these quick skirmishes. The momentum is shifting entirely as he secures another victory to extend this lead. The 12 rank is really starting to feel the heat. A lightning fast reaction earns him another victory, keeping this run going strong. Aster finally shuts that door, showing some real grit to halt the slide. The higher seed is starting to stabilize his play. He's showing incredible resilience here, picking up another round to keep the deficit slim. Mist is really capitalizing on this stretch, moving just one more round away from the finish line. What a statement from Aster, absolutely shutting that exchange down between the boxes to keep his hopes alive. Aster holds that high ground perfectly to bring the tally level at 11-11. The higher seed is definitely regaining his poise at the right time. A total shutout, and now he's just one step away from the victory. It's a tough spot to be in for the favorite. Unbelievable. He's forced us into overtime with an absolute snapshot to level the game. Aster's resolve is simply incredible, digging deep to seize the lead in the extra frames. Pure ice in the veins from the favorite right now. He is simply unstoppable right now, continuing this fierce surge to take a commanding lead. Aster is simply on a different level right now, completely shutting down that high position for his 4th straight win. What a way to finish! Aster closes it out with total precision to secure the series. He really looked like he was about to slide, but that late surge in overtime was just too much. He's finally broken that curse against Mist. What a fight! Ignis holds a significant advantage here, having won over 60% of their all-time encounters. It's worth noting that Mist actually came out on top in their most recent meeting. This first round is a strong start for the overall... Ignis is pulling ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. Ignis had been struggling lately after that tough run of losses. Absolute carnage in this exchange, but he manages to squeeze out the win by a hair. He's certainly looking more comfortable than in that last game against Aster. Ignis takes a slim lead, pushing the tally to 3-2. Despite the overall head-to-head gap, it's been a rough day for the favorite. Ignis is running away with it now at 4-2. He's certainly fighting back after those tough losses earlier today. Ignis has really surged forward to take a 3-round lead. Considering his poor form earlier this week, it's great to see him regain some confidence. Now the focus shifts to whether Mist can stabilize before the gap becomes insurmountable. Both players traded heavy damage in a frantic scramble, but Mist manages to secure the kill. He's definitely keeping the pressure on despite the deficit. Ignis just shuts him down on the ramp, extending that lead to 6. It's tough to see his recent form, but the experience is showing. Ignis is just relentless. dominating the series at 7-3. The rank 28 player is definitely making his presence felt. What a fight! He barely scraped through that exchange alive to claw back around. It's been a rough day for him across his last few matches. Ignis takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as expected here. He's outclassing his opponent and utilizing that lifelong head-to-head advantage to put some distance between them. Time for a total reset. Ignis is towering over him with a 9-4 lead. He's really shaking off those previous losses from the morning. Ignis is simply cruising now, pushing his lead to 10-4. Mist really struggled to keep it together in that last series against Aster. Mist isn't going down without a fight, refusing to let the map slip away easily. His recent match history has been plagued by a string of losses. Mist keeps fighting, but Ignis stays firmly in control at 10-6. He's starting to look like the aggressor now. Ignis has a very strong grip on this series now, just a few steps away from closing it out. A quick transition there to get back on top. The pace of these encounters is getting faster and faster, barely giving the viewers time to breathe. That was far too easy. He's just a single round away from the victory. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence now. A tough exchange there, but Mist holds his ground to keep the dream alive. He's showing a bit more grit than we saw in the opener. Boom! He closes it out and secures the victory. He's looking much better than he did in those early games today. A very solid way to bounce back for the higher ranked player. Aster enters this match on a high with 10 straight wins in his last 10 outings. It's clear he has a lot of confidence right now, especially after taking down Ignis in their previous encounter. It will be interesting to see if that momentum carries him to another victory. The momentum is shifting completely as he secures a third straight round. The higher rated side is asserting total control early on. He's absolutely untouchable right now, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's just completely outclassing his opponent, securing another effortless kill from the ramp. He's just in a different league right now, extending his lead to a perfect 6. He's just on fire, keeping a clean sheet through 7 straight rounds. He looks every bit the favorite in this matchup. Finally, Ignis secures a round, winning the trade between the two players on the ramp. Ignis is really starting to find his feet, securing another high ground victory to keep the pressure on. Unbelievable, Aster barely survives that shootout from the ramp, clutching a victory with almost nothing left in the tank. Aster Baruge catches him at the window, putting a serious grip on this game. The number 12 ranked player is simply showing his class today. Aster goes into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, Ignis was supposed to be the one in control here. He's just completely flipped the script and is staring down a very fast victory. Ignis needs a quick wake-up call. The overall head-to-head record actually favors Ignis, who has won 54 of their encounters. He might be down for now, but that long-term history shows he knows how to get the better of Aster. And honestly, he looks like he's starting to dig in his heels. That was a lightning-fast reaction from Aster to shut down the fight immediately. Absolute control from Aster, and he's now just one step away from closing this out. Ignis picks him off the ramp to stay in the game. He's clearly not ready to let this map slip away just yet. What a finish! Aster closes the door on this series with a flawless final encounter. He's just completely out of this world right now, continuing a terrifying run of form that shows no signs of slowing down. Welcome everyone. We've got Mist and Aster facing off on Italy to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster is currently on a 14-match winning streak, and it's clear that his confidence is peaking at the right time. He's carrying a huge amount of momentum into this one. I'm curious to see if Mist has a response to this current form. Aster takes a slight lead with a 2-1 advantage. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-5 result against Ignis. Aster is really making a statement early on, taking a commanding grip on this match. Aster keeps the edge as he pushes to 3-2. A strong showing from someone sitting at rank 31. Mist answers back to tie it up at 3-3. An unexpected turn of events for the favorite so far. These rounds are flying by, barely giving either player a moment to breathe. Aster holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 64% of their total encounters. Well, this current lead is just a continuation of that lifelong trend. I think Mist is starting to feel the pressure of that historical gap. The momentum shift is total. He's now claimed 4 straight, leaving his opponent struggling to find an answer. He is just untouchable right now, securing his 5th straight to keep the heat on. Aster goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, Mist was supposed to be the favorite here, but he's just been outclassed so far. Aster is really making his 68% win rate on Italy look like an understatement. Mist needs to find his rhythm now. Aster is absolutely dominating the pace at 10-3. The gap between them on the ladder is really starting to show. Aster is just relentlessly stepping on the gas here, making it nearly impossible for Mist to get back into this. Mist isn't going down without a fight. He's proving he can still step up and trade blows with Aster. Mist is putting up a fight, picking up 2 in a row to narrow the gap a bit. That was way too easy for him. Aster just needs one more round to wrap this up. He's certainly playing like the heavy favorite today. What a finish! Aster survives a frantic scramble to close out the series. He just looks completely on another level right now, just tearing through this bracket without any real trouble. Ignis has an incredible historical edge here with over 650 career wins against Mist. That psychological advantage is likely why he's looking so comfortable right now. We just need to see if Mist can actually break that cycle. A complete shutdown. Ignis is simply not letting him breathe right now. Mist has really struggled to find any footing today. He's just too fast right now, taking another clean round to extend the lead. He's just completely in control now, moving to 5 straight. He's putting on a show, especially after that tough loss to Esther. A huge lead now as he keeps this momentum rolling into a 6-round sweep. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. An absolute blowout. He's simply untouchable right now, taking 7 straight. A tough run for him, falling to 13-23 over the last day. He simply refuses to let up, picking Mist right off the heaven for 8 straight. Hard to believe he's this far behind in his own home turf. Finally, a response from Mist to break that momentum. He's been fighting uphill all day with that lower ladder rank. Good heavens, a chaotic exchange that nearly went the other way, but he manages to secure his 2nd straight round. Looking at the rankings, he's really putting that rating gap to the test. Ignis has been struggling for consistency with only a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's a bit surprising to see him playing this aggressively given his recent form. He'll need to maintain this focus to keep the lead comfortable. Ignis takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how the analysts predicted the match would go. Mist is just getting outplayed in every exchange right now. Ignis is just way too quick for him, cleaning up that high angle without any trouble. It's just the right result for the higher rated player here. What a fight. He barely walks away from that absolute brawl. Hard to shake that 30% recent win rate, but he's still fighting. Unbelievable. Ignis barely scrapes through that fight to clear him off the Tetris. That's a very familiar result compared to their other games today. Mist managed to hold that elevation well, but he's still got a steep mountain to climb to close this gap. What a grueling sequence of shots, but he comes out on top to move within a single round of victory. His overall skill level is just proving to be too much. Game over. Ignis secures the final kill from the Tetris to shut the door on this series. A ruthless display from top to bottom, and he looks far more refreshed than his recent track record would have suggested. Esther is currently on a 15-win streak. It's a huge momentum swing compared to how Ignis has been struggling in his recent 10 matches. He's certainly the heavy hitter in this series, so we'll see if he can push that streak even further. Ignis takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. He's actually leading the lifetime head-to-head series. We've got a dead heat here, with neither side able to pull away for a lead. Ignis has certainly held his own throughout their long history together. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, taking total control from the high ground. A total deadlock now, 3 apiece for Aster and Ignis. The number 26 spot is definitely punching up today. Aster pulls ahead by a single round. The top 10 talent is really starting to show. Aster is definitely capitalizing on his high rating today, especially with that 26-10 record over the last day. It shows how much his current confidence level is contrasting with his opponent's recent struggles. He's really looking for a dominant lead here. A lightning fast response from Ignis to keep the pressure mounting. A really crisp stop to put the brakes on that run. Ignis shuts him down from the box, showing some real grit to close in the gap before the half. Ignis is definitely finding a way to keep this close. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, it's a tight fight, but Ignis is doing plenty to keep pace with Aster's current hot streak. Fresh starts for both players here. Aster grabs the lead, moving 1 ahead. Coming off a dominant 13-5 showing against Mist earlier today. Aster surges forward, carving out a 2-round cushion. He's definitely proving the pre-match odds right so far. Absolute perfection on that shot, and now he's extending the gap to a 3-round lead. A tough stretch for someone who usually edges this matchup. He's completely in control now, picking up another round to move to a 4-game skid. Another swift win for him, now sitting on a 5-round streak. Unreal fight. Aster barely manages to walk away with this one, pushing himself to within a single shot of defeat. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take the victory. He just looks far too comfortable out here. Ignis really fought a good battle early on, but he couldn't keep up with that level of consistency. Aster entered this one with a massive advantage, having won 16 of his last 10 matches. That momentum is clearly on his side today, especially after beating Mist earlier this session. It will be tough for Mist to break that trend. Aster is just dominating here, comfortably sitting on 2. The top 10 placement is proving to be a factor here. He just shuts him down right off the ramp, continuing this fierce start. He's coming in with a massive 16 win streak on his back. Absolute perfection from the favorite, walking away from this encounter without taking a single point of damage. A complete lockout from the ramp, securing a 5-round streak for the leader. The rating gap between these two is staring us right in the face. He is just untouchable right now, extending that lead to 6 straight. His recent 26-10 run throughout the day is on full display. Finally, he manages to secure a point and hold the momentum. He's managed to secure a look at the scoreboard after those tough losses earlier. Mist has a winning record in their last 5 head-to-head encounters. It's an interesting flip from what we usually see with these two. While Aster holds the historical lead, Mist is proving he can find a way to win these specific exchanges. Aster is still firmly in control with a 7-3 lead. His recent struggles in the server are still looming over this set. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Aster is reacting almost instantly in these duels. Aster holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, the underdog is really making a statement here. He's playing way above expectations despite the pre-match rankings. Time to see if Mist can recover. Aster still holding the line at 8-5. The 10 seed is starting to feel the pressure here. Aster takes the advantage from the ramp to keep his lead secure. He's definitely bringing that same energy from his recent win over Ignis. Aster has surged ahead to a 9-6 lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Aster is really pulling away now, leading 10-6. It's a familiar sight given their long-term head-to-head record. Aster is really putting the squeeze on him now. Just 2 more and it's over. He's really playing the role of the favorite today. Unreal! He barely manages to survive that shootout with just a sliver of health left. He's simply too quick in these head-on fights. What a way to close this out. Aster wraps up the series with a clean finish. He's really putting on a clinic today, just effortlessly gliding through his matches. Ignis holds a massive historical advantage with a 61% win rate against Mist. It's clear that Mental Edge is carrying over after the dominant victory they shared in their most recent clash. We'll see if Mist can break that pattern. Unreal. He barely scrapes through this fight, finally knocking Ignis off the ramp. Absolute nail biter. He keeps coming out on top with nothing left. He's just completely took over, picking the other player right off the ramp to secure another victory. Ignis responds instantly, securing the kill from the ramp to close the gap. He's looking to replicate that effortless pace from their last meeting. Total deadlock now, as we're all tied up at 3 apiece. The higher rated player is definitely stepping up right now. The momentum has completely shifted as he wipes Mist right off the ramp to secure 3 straight. He's completely out of control now, taking another round to keep the pressure mounting. His recent struggles with the 5-game slide are weighing on him. Mist finally pushes back, taking out his opponent right off the ramp. Both players have had a tough run of results today. And just like that, we're back to a 5-5 stalemate. He is definitely fighting against a rough run of form today. He's simply not letting up, securing another victory to carry this heat into the interval. A high-intensity burst to close out that particular exchange. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely defying the odds right now. He's fighting back hard against the favorite despite entering this game on a 5-match losing skid. Time to see who blinks first. Mist retains a slim edge as we hit 13. Both players have been fighting through some really tough sets today. Mist has managed a solid 8-6 lead despite his struggle today. Well, he's looking far more confident now than he did during that 12-24 stretch this morning. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this momentum toward the finish line. Fierce exchange on the ramp ends with him surviving the trade to extend the run. Looking like a completely different player than the one we saw against Esther. He answers back with a rapid burst, taking the round without losing any health. A real slugfest on the ramp this time, and Mist just comes out on top. He's showing a lot of resilience for someone ranked bottom half today. That was an effortless snap, and now Mist is just a single point from victory. The higher seeded player is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Ignis manages to slow things down here, denying the immediate victory. His overall superiority in the ranks is starting to show again. What a final shot. Mist closes the series right here and takes the victory. He finally stopped that losing streak in a big way. Just a really gritty performance to turn things around today. Aster entered this match on a tear with 17 consecutive wins, and honestly he's usually the more reliable player based on our rating. He'll likely shake off this opening round fairly quickly. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on, and he just timed that perfectly to catch Ignis on the ramp. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Ignis usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history. He's completely dominating from the ramp, securing his third straight round. He really looks like the better man today. Absolute lightning speed on that encounter, and he's now just claimed 4 in a row. Ignis responds with a crisp shot, finally breaking that momentum. The underdog is finally starting to push back. He manages to pull the plug on that attempt from the ramp, cutting the lead down to a single round. The gap between them is narrowing quickly. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Aster secures another clean win by catching his opponent high on the ramp. A huge relief for him given the recent struggle today. Aster is starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent, utilizing that ramp height effectively. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another victory as he heads into the break. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, he's looking way stronger than those pre-match labels suggested. He's riding a huge wave of confidence right now, especially with that current 17-match win streak. Time to see if Ignis can respond. Ignis is currently fighting uphill against that 68% all-time win rate Aster brings to the table. It's a tough spot to be in when your opponent has a track record like that. We'll see if this mini rally can actually turn the tide. He's showing some real grit, putting together a pair of rounds to close that gap. The momentum shift is exactly what we expected from the underdog. Aster reacts quickly to shut that down, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold the bricks. Coming off a tough run of results lately for the underdog. Aster has a comfortable 4-round cushion now. He looks far more comfortable than when they faced off in their previous match. Ignis is putting up a fight here, shutting that door on Aster from the ramp to stay in the game. Ignis just can't find a way to string these rounds together right now. He's been virtually flawless today across all his matches. Ignis is really fighting for a way back into this match, and that kill from the ramp was remarkably clean. Another fast exchange for Ignis, who is proving remarkably stubborn in this climb back. That was a total shutdown, and it puts him just a single round away from victory. A crucial stop for the favorite right here. Unbelievable. Aster shuts the door right here to secure the victory. He just keeps moving forward in this tournament. He's really cementing himself as the one to beat today. Aster has the clear historical advantage here, holding a 64% win rate over Mist across their entire history. He's certainly riding that wave right now with a huge streak going back 18 rounds. I wonder if Mist can find a way to break that momentum today. What a fight! He nearly loses his lead there, but barely hangs on to secure another point. He's showing why he's ranked in the top 10 right now. Aster is dominating with a commanding 2-1 lead. A lightning-fast turnaround for the underdog. Aster is just relentless, extending the gap to 3-1. Mist is keeping the pace here, refusing to let Aster pull away too far. That's exactly why we're seeing an underdog fight back tonight. What a scramble! Both players traded heavy damage, but he just managed to edge out the victory. The difference in their ladder standings is really showing here. Mist is clawing back, trailing just 1 point now. The gap in their ladders is definitely shrinking for now. Unbelievable. Mist has completely leveled the series at 4-4. It's a complete toss-up after that surge. Aster had no trouble clearing him off that Tetris block to regain a narrow lead. That's quite a day for Aster, boasting 28 wins so far. We're all tied up at 5 apiece now. Coming off a really strong day so far with 28 wins. Goodness, what a fight! He manages to survive that carnage with a mere sliver of health left. He's just refusing to let those low health totals cost him. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, this is playing out almost exactly as we anticipated. Despite that fierce momentum Aster has, lately both players are stepping up to keep this series tight. Let's see who takes control now. Aster edges ahead, holding a slim 1-point advantage. He's really putting that top 10 ranking to use today. Aster is really capitalizing on his current form. He's sitting on a huge 28-8 record for the day, and that confidence is translating into a very clean second half. I wonder if Mist can find any answer for this level of consistency. Absolute chaos as Mist forces us to a stalemate at 8-all. A totally untroubled sequence as he secures his 3rd straight point. He's putting up a massive fight against a much higher rated opponent. Total control now, moving to a 4-round run as he just completely shuts everything down. What a scrap! He nearly goes down in that firefight, but manages to push forward and claim a 5th straight point. Aster is showing real grit here, stepping up again to narrow this gap. He finally managed to find an answer to that pressure. A precise shot puts him in a position to end this whole thing right now. That was incredibly fast work to close the distance. Unbelievable. Mist shuts the door with a perfect final shot to seal the series. He really stepped up and played the role of the spoiler perfectly. Aster was just too dominant on Italy today. What a fight! Ignis historically dominates this rivalry by winning 61% of their meetings, but he's currently struggling through a significant dip in form. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term edge can override his current slump. Ignis keeps the momentum, leading the series 2-1. He's really putting that favorable matchup history to use right now. The confidence is surging now, and he's just completely outclassing his opponent in this sequence. Absolute authority from the favorite, taking full control of the map as he pulls ahead. A complete reversal from their last head-to-head encounter. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, clinging to life with a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. Quite the contrast from how his last game ended against Aster. He's simply untouchable right now, extending this run to 6 straight wins. He's definitely shaking off those early losses from earlier today. He just can't be stopped, moving closer to a double-digit lead with another flawless exchange. The momentum is purely one-sided as he extends that lead to 8 consecutive points. He's certainly bouncing back from that tough set of results earlier. He's simply refusing to let up, picking up another victory to reach 9 straight. It's a completely different story than their last set on Redline. What a battle! Both players were nearly gone, but he digs deep to extend the run to 10 straight. Another nail-biter where he just barely holds on. Ignis takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the favorite to win, but this level of separation is staggering. Mist just looks lost right now. Let's see if Mist can awaken. Mist is currently in a real slump today with a 12-24 record. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle against his own form. He's definitely trying to prove that his earlier win in their last set wasn't a fluke. Mist is starting to find some answers, and it's making the gap feel a lot smaller than it actually is. He's managed to secure 2 wins in a row across their recent sets. He's really tightening the grip on this match, bringing the total gap down to 6. He takes a fast duel here to put himself in a position to close this series. He denies the closeout with a crisp headshot, forcing this game to go just a bit longer. A very fast response to keep the pressure on. What a finishing touch. He secures the win with a lightning-fast shot to close things out. He looked like a completely different player out there, finally turning things around after a rough morning. Aster is coming in with a strong 28-8 record over the last day. And honestly, you'd expect those numbers to lead to a faster start. He's the higher rated player here, and this is really about whether he can maintain his usual consistency. Ignis is absolutely dominating a 2-0 lead right now. Interestingly, these two are perfectly split with a 54-54 head-to-head record. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange to move his lead to 3-0. Both players are basically dancing on the edge of a knife right now. Aster answers back perfectly, picking the opponent right off the ramp. He is finally starting to exert that perceived edge. Ignis is just ruthless, now sitting pretty at 4-1. Ignis just puts a massive grip on this 5-1. Tough spot for the 10th ranked player to be in. Ignis is definitely feeling the pressure now with a 15-21 record over the last day. So yeah, it's clear he's struggling to keep the momentum as Aster starts to reclaim control here. Let's see if he can actually hold this. Aster manages to secure that one from the ramp, narrowing the gap to 3 rounds. It's still a tight fight despite the rating difference. Ignis is just cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. Ignis is just relentless, extending the gap to 8-3. The lower seeded player is really making a statement here. Ignis takes a huge lead entering the break at 9-3, and honestly, he's completely outperforming the expectations right now. Aster is usually the more reliable player on the arena, but he's simply not finding a way to stop this run. Time for a complete reset. What a scramble. He barely survives that brutal exchange to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence after that win against Mist. Ignis is just on fire, stretching it to 10-4. Still a long way to go for the favorite. Aster claws one back, but it's still 10-5. A really shaky stretch for the higher seed today. He's completely takeover now, taking down his opponent without taking a single hit. The 10 player is finally finding some breathing room. He's on a tear now, picking the opposition off from heaven to secure his 4th straight. The momentum has completely shifted since the half. He's absolutely rolling now, another gritty win as Aster continues this incredible surge. Ignis is starting to look rattled under this sudden pressure. Ignis puts a stop to that slide and brings the total back up to 11. He really seems to have the answer for Aster today. Aster continues to dig deep, quickly picking Ignis off the ramp to narrow the deficit. He's really fighting to close the gap in this second half. He keeps the pressure up, refusing to let the lead slip away while carving through the defense. It's becoming a real dogfight after that initial landslide. He takes control from the ramp to completely level the score. A total reset, we're looking at a wide open finish now. Aster is simply untouchable right now, taking a huge lead and staring down the finish line. He's definitely looking more like that favorite we expected before the start. A huge stop for Ignis, pulling his opponent right out of heaven to tie this up at 12-12. Everything is perfectly on the line for this sudden death finish. Aster refuses to buckle and secures a vital edge in this overtime scrap. Just barely enough health left to feel the win. That was a perfect display of speed. He shuts down the opposition to put himself in a great spot. Another swift finish, and Aster is now just one round away from completing this improbable climb. Absolute madness! He closes out the series in spectacular fashion to complete the comeback. He really showed why he's a top 10 player, keeping his cool when he was practically out on his feet. He had to dig deep for that one. What a fight! Aster has looked incredibly sharp today, coming in with a 29-7 record over the last day. And that high level of confidence is a huge factor considering he's outclassed Mist in nearly 2/3 of their head-to-head history. It will be interesting to see if Mist can pull off another one of those upsets he's known for. Mist is really surging now, leading the count 2-1. That the 31 seed is putting up a serious fight here. We're right back to a dead heat. Aster has responded well to push this one back to even. He's comfortably within his usual win rate on this territory. Mist is just relentless, clutching a 3-2 advantage. The higher rated player is looking a bit rattled. Mist is simply dominating, extending the gap to 4-2. He's on fire. That's 3 straight for Mist, and he didn't even let the other guy breathe. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a 4th straight round with a completely clean finish. The gap in the ratings is practically invisible right now. Aster finally puts a stop to that run, getting the round back. A quick trade while both were elevated, and he proves he's not going away quietly. Emotion Mids is truly fighting against the tide today, as his overall success rate sits just under 50% over thousands of matches. So yeah, seeing him maintain a 3-round lead puts his recent resilience into a whole new perspective. He's proving that the rankings aren't everything in this specific dual Emotion Mid. Mist takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as expected so far. He has maintained that slight edge we anticipated heading into this match. Good heavens! He barely survived that. A complete brawl where Mist barely escaped with his life. He really seems to have the upper hand in their recent head-to-head series. Mist is just cruising now with a 9-5 lead. He's really making a statement today against a top 10 opponent. He completely shuts him down from the box, extending his streak to 3 straight. Aster gets the answer here with a snapshot to put a stop to the bleeding. Unbelievable. He digs deep to outlast the opposition and survives on a literal sliver of health. Absolutely heart-stopping moment, barely clutching that round. Aster is making a point that he is far from out of this, picking up 2 of the last 3 rounds. Aster is starting to climb back into this, putting together a really strong push for a comeback. Mist puts him right back in his place, knocking him off that box to reach a 12-8 lead. What a finish! Mist secures the final point to close out the series. He really came through when it mattered, shaking off that historical disadvantage to put a huge win in the books. Ignis has historically dominated this pair with a 61% win rate. It's interesting because the numbers heavily favor him despite the slow start here. Mist will need to be consistent if he wants to break that pattern. Unreal. Ignis scrapes by with almost nothing left after knocking Mist off the ramp. He's fighting a tough run of form today. We are all square now with Mist and Ignis. It is a clash of two players struggling for form today. He just keeps rolling, taking the fight to the ramp to claim another round. A tough run of results today for the man in the disadvantaged spot. A mess exchange that finally went in Mist's favor, keeping the series deadlocked. He has definitely found a better rhythm since that tough 13-6 defeat. Ignis takes the lead, putting Mist on the defensive. Both of these guys are having a rough time with their totals today. Mist has struggled significantly with 11-25 result today, and honestly, it's becoming clear that this momentum shift is weighing on him. He really needs to shake off these consecutive losses to stay in contention. Absolute chaos here. Ignis barely survives a wild brawl to put himself up by 4. A sharp response here to cut the lead back to 3 before the break. It's 7-5 in favor of Ignis. He's holding the lead just as we anticipated. He looks comfortable in this position, but Mist is keeping the gap small for now. Time to swap and see if Mist resets. Ignis maintains a solid 3-round cushion right now. A clean trade there as the momentum swings right back. That was a complete shutout, showing some real grit as he continues this climb back. He's really starting to chip away at that lead. Another effortless win for Mist, who is showing incredible heart while erasing this deficit. Everything is shifting for the underdog right now. Ignis keeps a slim 2-round lead over Mist. It's a battle of the mid-tier ratings here. He's simply refusing to let this series slide away, picking up another effortless point. A surprising turn for someone who usually struggles in this matchup. Ignis holds onto a narrow 2-point advantage. A tight gap between them on the ladder right now. The pressure is mounting for Ignis as his lead continues to shrink. He's playing with way more confidence than in his previous outings. Ignis is putting on a clinic in response time lately, making those exchanges look effortless. A high-stress day for both, with Ignis currently at 14-22. A total shutdown to put Ignis on the precipice of victory. It is a tough day for him, barely scraping a few wins. What a finish! Ignis closes out the series with a flawless final spray. He really clawed his way back into the game, but that speed was just too much to handle. What a fight! An absolute scramble on that ramp to start us off, and it's Ignis who comes out on top. Aster is looking incredibly sharp right now, taking control of the ramp to lock in a quick lead. Aster has really been on a tear today with a 29-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that energy is carrying over into this series. He holds a healthy lead in our ratings, so the pressure is really on Ignis to find an answer quickly. He's just untouchable right now, making it 4 straight with a completely clean take. He just blew through that defense, picking Ignis off the ramp to extend the streak to 5. He simply won't stop, dragging Ignis right off that ramp to secure 6 straight. His superior ladder rating is really showing in this series. That was a fierce exchange, but he manages to outlast Ignis to make it 7 straight. Ignis finally finds an opening to cut the streak and get back on the board. The head-to-head record between these two is almost dead even. Aster's 67% win rate on this specific map is really starting to pay dividends. Look, he is practically playing his home game right now. He needs just 5 more for the win, and Ignis is struggling to mount any real resistance. Aster takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. We expected the favorite to put up a fight, but Ignis is just getting outplayed right now. Aster has the momentum shifting entirely in his favor. Let's see if Ignis can shake this. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, cleaning him out of the ramp for another round. He's fighting through a tough day with that 14-22 record. Aster keeps the pace, pushing his lead to 9-5. He's comfortably sitting in that top quartile ranking right now. Ignis manages to push him right off that ramp to keep himself in the game. The underdog is really fighting for every single point today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, just barely catching the shot to knock Ignis off the ramp. Absolutely harrowing to watch that health bar dip so low. He's really pulling away now, just a couple more for Aster to close this out. A dominant showing considering his higher seed in the rankings. Ignis is refusing to go away, quickly shutting Aster down as he tried to play the ramp. The underdogs have a long history of keeping things close in this pair. Aster just takes that fight, cleaning him off the ramp to reach match point. He's really validating that pre-match expectation with a stellar performance. And there it is. He shuts it down to seal the series right here. A total statement from Aster. He's playing some incredible rifle CS right now, and he's just moving at different speed than Ignis today. Aster holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 64% of their previous encounters. It makes sense that he's looking sharp early on, especially given how well he's played over the last day. Now we just see if Mist can find a way to respond. Aster clears him right off the ramp and just keeps rolling. He's really taking advantage of his higher ranking here. He completely shuts that down from the ramp, moving to a 4-round burst. He's definitely playing like the favorite today. Unbelievable. He's simply untouchable right now, taking a huge lead to start the game. Just a brutal stretch for Mist, who's had a tough day overall. Just an absolute breeze for Aster, taking a perfect 6-round lead into the set. He's just too fast right now, extending that lead to 7 straight. A massive shift from their last meeting on Dunes. Finally, he manages to pull one back and gets his first point on the board. He's actually coming off a very productive day overall. Mist has actually won 4 of their last 5 matchups against this opponent. Well, those historical trends are starting to look a lot more real right now. He is finally finding the gaps in Aster's defense. Aster quickly shuts him down from the ramp to snap that mini streak. He's certainly putting that higher rank to use today. Aster's just cruising along with an 8-3 cushion. He's fighting back despite having the lower seed today. Aster takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the betting market didn't see this coming. He's simply outclassing Mist and looks far too comfortable with this much cushion. Time to see if Mist wakes up. Aster's looking unstoppable with a dominant 10-3 lead. He's definitely showing why he's in that top quartile right now. Aster is just capitalizing on every mistake right now, putting a huge amount of pressure on Mist. Mist keeps the pressure on and clears Aster right off the ramp. He's certainly showing a lot of resilience after that defeat on Dunes. Aster pulls off a swift kill from below to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's making a huge statement with those reactions. What a way to finish! He secures the final blow to sweep the series. He's just on another level today, and that speed in those opening duels made a difference. Ignis clearly holds the upper hand, historically winning over 60% of their head-to-head battles, but that psychological edge isn't showing yet. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually build some confidence by capitalizing on this slow start. Ignis takes a commanding 2-1 lead into the next. He's really punishing those recent losses on the board. Mist shuts that down and catches him on the ramp for an even score. It's definitely a closer fight than most of the ratings suggested. Ignis pulls ahead, pushing the tally to 3-2. A decent way to bounce back after that rough set against Esther. And just like that, Mist levels the playing field at 3-3. A tough start to the day for a player who's gone 11-25 so far. Ignis is really quick on the trigger today, ending these rounds in a heartbeat. He's really leaning into that ranking advantage here. Deadlock again, both Mist and Ignis sitting at 4. A quick response that puts the top 30 ranking to the test. Ignis manages to slip ahead, edging Mist 5-4. The higher rating is starting to make its presence felt. Ignis really liked that vertical angle, just raining down on Mist from the ramp. He's looking very sharp right now, similar to that dominant 13-9 set. Ignis maintains a slim lead at 6-5. A strong push from the underdog as he fights to close the gap. Ignis leads 7-5 as we head into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as predicted. He's simply too consistent for Mist to make a run right now. Let's see if Mist can pivot. Ignis is just too strong from that ramp position, continuing his momentum heading into the late game. Just continuing a pattern he's seen plenty of times before. What a fight! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Ignis barely eked out the win. Squeezing out another win despite that precarious health. He's firmly back in control, extending that winning run to 3. His recent form is looking a lot more stable than it did an hour ago. Mist reacts quickly and picks him off the Tetris. Still chasing a result from that earlier loss on Mapas. Mist is putting some serious pressure on Ignis now, picking him right off that ramp to keep the momentum swinging. He's showing a lot more grit than that Blame Mapas series. What a surge! He manages to hold the high ground on the box for another victory. He's really shaking off the nerves after that rough start to the day. He shuts that door quickly, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. Ignis is safely maintaining that slight edge we expected. That was an incredibly fast exchange, and now Ignis is just 1 round away from finishing the series. Mist holds the line from the Tetris to stay alive in this match. This is the kind of fight he's been missing all afternoon. Unbelievable. Ignis secures the final blow to shut it all down and take the series. Mist really fought back in the mid-game, but he just couldn't find a way to close the door on the set. Aster enters this one with an impressive 29-7 record over the last day. And that hot streak should usually translate into a stronger start. It's surprising to see him drop the opening frame given how well he's been playing. Aster's got a great view from up there, and he definitely used it to equalize the series. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as Ignis fights back. We're seeing a similar result to that 13-7 clash they had just now. He's just too fast right now, moving into a commanding 3-round surge. He answers back quickly to bring things level again. It's a complete toss-up right now, regardless of that rating difference. Aster finally edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. He is certainly playing like the favorite right now. Ignis claws it back, leaving us totally tied. The rating difference is barely showing through in this series. Aster holds the high ground and makes quick work of that exchange. Everything is perfectly balanced at 5-all. The top 10 ranking hasn't played a factor in this side of the match. Ignis takes a narrow lead, moving up to 6. He's really defying the expected outcomes right now. Ignis holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. We'll see if Aster can use that map experience to close the gap in the second half. Time to swap perspectives. Aster uses that elevation to put an end to the streak, keeping things tight as we move forward. The overall head-to-head history is nearly a dead heat. Ignis is really putting on a clinic here, shutting down Aster even while he's holding the elevation. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, managing to secure another round despite Aster's positioning advantage. Aster manages to survive the trade-off, showing some real grit to narrow this deficit. The pressure is definitely mounting for the higher ranked side here. He's staying strong and refusing to go away, closing the distance even further. The gap on the ladder is finally starting to show. Ignis is really putting his recent struggle behind him. And honestly, coming off a rough set of matches today, he's showing incredible mental strength to hold this lead. I wonder if the momentum is finally shifting in his favor. A very quick exchange there to keep the pressure on. Ignis shuts that down fast, knocking him off the box to put himself 1 round away from victory. Unreal. Ignis shuts the door right there to secure the victory. Aster had the map and the ranking on his side, but he just couldn't stop that final push. Talk about a total turnaround for the underdog. What a fight! Aster has the clear advantage here, having won 64% of their head-to-head encounters. And seeing how his current form is soaring compared to Mist's tough run today, it looks like he's ready to maintain control. I wonder if Mist can find some stability. He's just too fast right now, completely dismantling Mist to take a 3-round lead. Absolute perfection from him right now. That's 4 straight. A tough spot for Mist, who's really struggling to find any traction tonight. The streak keeps climbing. He is simply outclassing everything Mist throws at him. The onslaught continues. He's just too fast, moving to a huge 6-round lead. The rating gap is showing heavily right now. Just impossible to bring him down right now, making it 7 straight. He's definitely putting that ranking gap on full display. Wow, what a fight. Mist barely escapes that exchange to finally get on the board. The favorite is looking a bit more human now. Mist has been really fighting an uphill battle today with that 10-25 record over the last 24 hours. But this sudden flip in momentum proves he can outduel a top-tier player. When the timing is right, it will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace. What a turnaround! He's now on a tear with 4 straight victories heading into the break. Pure chaos from the bottom half of the ladder right now. Aster holds a healthy 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's playing right into his historical 74% map win rate here. Mist is fighting back, but he's still lagging behind. Time to see if that momentum holds. Aster keeps his grip, pushing it to 8-5. Despite being a clear favorite on paper, he can't fully shake this pressure. He's not backing down, securing another quick victory to keep this comeback rolling. That's a remarkably fast sequence of kills. Aster stays out in front, extending his lead to 9-6. A much more comfortable showing than his last few engagements. Aster just solidifies a commanding 10-6 lead. He's proving to be a tough matchup, especially after that 13-4 result on Fast End. He just won't let the momentum slide, putting his opponent back on the defensive. The depth of experience is really playing a role here. A scrappy exchange here, but Mist manages to secure the trade. Mist really needs to find some consistency after those tough losses to Ignis today. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, closing the gap to just 3 rounds. That was effortless. Aster is now just 1 round away from closing this out. Unbelievable! He claws through the damage to barely survive that exchange and closes out the series. He's just too composed in the clutch, surviving a couple of nail-biters to seal the deal. He had to work for that. Mist strikes first, catching Ignis right as he pushed up the ramp. Mist is utilizing that high ground on the container beautifully, putting Ignis on his heels early. Definitely not the start the favorite wanted today. Ignis is currently leading the historical head-to-head with a 61% win rate over his opponent. And that psychological edge seems to be helping him right now as he fights to pull away from the early deficit. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on here, fighting back into the lead with that quick play on the ramp. What a brawl! Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange to even things up. Absolutely nails that timing to keep things dead even. Ignis just barely edges ahead, taking a 4-3 lead. His higher standing on the ladder is starting to show. Ignis cleans up from the ramp to keep the roll going. The top half of the ladder is really asserting control here. He's just completely unstoppable right now, securing his 4th straight victory. The 26th spot in our ratings is proving very difficult to challenge. Unbelievable! He survives a brutal trade to hold on to his lead and disrupt the flow. A gritty stand there to claw back a bit of ground. Mist has been struggling quite a bit today with a 10-26 record in the last 24 hours. And he really needs to find a way to break this slump if he wants to stay in the game. It will be tough to do that given how consistently Ignis has performed in their recent meetings. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Everything is going according to script so far. He's clearly the stronger player today and has used that edge to keep Mist on the defensive. Mist keeps his hopes alive, narrowing it to 5-8. A quick correction after a tough series of losses today. Ignis extends his lead to 9-5 with that. The difference in their current form is really showing. What a fight! He nearly goes down, but manages to claw out a victory from the ramp. He's played comfortably in his other outings today as well. Ignis is dominating, moving ahead to a 10-6 lead. His last few matches today have been a real grind. Mist finds a way back to make it 7-10. He's looking much sharper now after that rocky start. Ignis just had to put a stop to that mini run, and he did it decisively. These matches are becoming a real toss-up, as neither player is able to put the other away right now. It's a tough hill to climb for the rank 31 seed. He's not letting up, putting another round on the board to keep this comeback alive. Seriously impressive discipline to keep this lead in check. He's on absolute fire now, securing 3 in a row to keep this rally alive. The momentum has completely shifted in this second half. Absolute perfection by the underdog, locking down the tie with a completely untouched finish. I can't believe we've actually come all the way back to a dead heat. A brutal slugfest of a round, but Ignis comes out on top to put himself one step closer to victory. Unbelievable, Ignis secures the final kill to close it out and claim the victory. He really held his nerve after that massive rally from the other side. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight! What a scramble. Aster barely survives that exchange, clinging on with just a sliver of health. Aster is sitting on a very strong 29-7 record over the last day. He's clearly carrying that momentum into this server. We've seen him put a lot of pressure on opponents recently, so it's a real test to see if Ignis can slow him down. We're deadlocked at 2-all as they reset. A really tough look for the higher rated man right now. He's completely taking over now with 3 straight wins. He's really mirroring that 39 victory they had recently. Aster manages to hold his ground and levels the playing field. The head-to-head is practically a coin flip between these two. Ignis holds the narrow edge at 4-3 right now. The lower ranked man is really putting up a fight here. Ignis has won 3 of the last 5 times they've played, and he seems to be really capitalizing on that mental edge right now. It's quite a reversal considering he was the underdog going into this match. I'm wondering if he's finally cracked the code on how to shut Aster down. That was an effortless shot to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. A quick response to snap that slide immediately. Ignis is distancing himself now, pushing ahead to 7-4. It's become a very tough day for him in this server. Ignis takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the half, and honestly, it's exactly what the analysts predicted. He's outclassing the higher rated player right now, clearly trusting his experience in this specific matchup. Let's see if Aster finds a way back. Aster finally answers back, cutting the gap to 5-8. He's desperate to get back to that positive H2H lead. He is refusing to back down, shutting that door instantly to keep the rally going. He is on absolute fire right now, taking that round without taking any damage. Unbelievable. After a brutal exchange where both players traded heavy hits, he manages to scrape through to tie this game up. What a fight! He barely emerges alive from that clash to reclaim the lead. Absolutely chaotic. He guts out the win in a brutal slugfest to bring this series completely level. He's showing incredible grit, stepping up again to maintain the lead. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog. He is just completely untouchable right now, strolling to a huge 2-round advantage. The Seed is finally showing his true class in this server. He just won't stop. That's 4 straight for Aster, putting him on the brink of victory. A huge response from Ignis to keep himself in this game. Ignis is showing a lot of resilience despite the odds. A complete shutout of a round as he extends the comeback to keep the dream alive. The momentum is shifting completely in this closer. He shuts it down with absolute precision, forcing this battle into extra time. Absolute ice in the veins to bring us to this deadlock. Pure determination from the server leader to take a commanding lead in the extra frames. Really fighting to reclaim his status as the dominant side here. What a recovery! Ignis completely shuts down the momentum and forces this match into a total deadlock. The underdog is proving that the pre-match labels meant nothing today. What a brawl! Both players traded heavy damage, but he digs deep to claw back another round. A huge mental reset to get back in control. absolute perfection in that exchange to put himself one step closer to victory. He is proving exactly why he entered the server with the higher rank. A sudden reversal here, as Ignis denies the closing blow to keep his hopes alive. A critical stop that keeps this series wide open. What a display of skill. He manages to keep his composure and force the tie. A massive momentum swing to keep the deadlock alive. Ignis is just a hair ahead at 16-15. Ignis holds a 2-round cushion at 17-15 right now. He's just refusing to let his opponent breathe right now. Ignis is eyeing the finish line with an 18-15 lead. His confidence is soaring as he takes full control of the map. Ignis has a huge grip on things at 19-15. He's completely rewritten the script today, showing exactly why you can't trust those favorites blindly in these duels. What a match! Aster currently holds a massive lead in their career head-to-head, winning 64% of their previous encounters. It's clear the ladder reflects that gap, but Mist is playing with an aggressive edge right now. I wonder if he can actually reverse the trend tonight. Mist is cruising now with a 2-1 cushion. A surprising shift from how the two just fared on Orange. A real battle of inches on that ramp, but Mist just won the race to the shot. A tough spot for the higher seeded player here. Mist edges ahead, holding a thin 3-2 advantage. He's been putting up a strong 27-8 record over the last day. Aster is starting to pick up speed and has a nice little run going now. The higher rated side is really starting to assert a lot of control. Mist keeps the momentum, leading 4-3. The underdog is really putting a dent in the favorites' plan. Aster claws back and we're deadlocked at 4 apiece. The gap in their overall win rates is clearly starting to show. Mice just had an incredible read, catching Aster completely exposed on the ramp. He's putting up a real fight despite that lower seed. Mist is really finding his mark from the ramp, putting an end to Aster's hopes of a comeback. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses to Ignis. Unreal! Aster barely survives a wild scramble to take him off the ramp right before the break. Absolute nail-biter of a fight right there. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's putting in the work exactly as predicted by the odds makers. Aster should be able to close this gap if his superior 67% map win rate starts to weigh in. Time to see if Aster adjusts. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. It's been a tough run for him, dropping 3 straight today. And just like that, Aster forces a total stalemate. We're seeing a mirrored version of their clash on Orange. Aster clears the ramp with a perfect sequence, continuing his roll to take a 1-round lead. The higher ranked player is decisively taking over the set. He's absolutely on fire, extending this rally to 4 straight. He just can't stop this run, outdueling Mist on the ramp to hit 5 straight. His current rank is reflecting the difference in skill levels here. He secures another victory from the ramp, and that's 6 straight for the favorite. The Dometer 13 seed is simply taking over now. He's absolutely locked in. Another effortless pick to put him on the verge of victory. What a statement! He closes the series out with another clean shot to take the map. Just a total flip in momentum after that halfway mark. Mist really put up a fight early, but he just couldn't close it out. Ignis has a massive historical edge with a 61% win rate over Mist. It makes a lot of sense since Ignis is also entering this match on a bit of a hot streak. We have to see if Mist can actually flip the script today. Mist is clinging to a tight 2-1 lead. Both of these guys have been fighting through some tough series today. He's just totally in control, taking that round from the ramp to secure his third straight victory. A huge shift from the result we saw in their last map together. Ignis secures a clean exchange from the ramp to close the gap. The higher seeded player is starting to push back. Meist is just too fast right now, picking Ignis right off the toolbox to build a solid lead. Unreal, he survives a brutal exchange from the ramp to take a 3-round cushion. A complete turnaround from that 11-13 loss their last meeting. He just can't be stopped right now, putting a serious dent in the opposition's confidence. He's showing a completely different side than his recent results. Ignis responds quickly to keep the pressure on. A quick return to form for the rank 24 contender. Mist has looked quite shaky in his other series today with a 10-26 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, these early rounds are a total reversal of his usual form. I wonder if he can keep this pace against a higher rated opponent. Mist heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. Honestly, this is a total shock given how Ignis has owned this head-to-head matchup historically. He's playing with way more confidence than his recent form suggested. Let's see if Ignis can reset. Mist is really chewing through these rounds, taking another one from the ramp to push his lead to 5. His current form is a total mystery compared to those 6 straight losses. Mist extends his grip to 9-5 after that clean win. The 24th rank is showing a bit more composure now. What a scramble! He barely scrapes by with 11 health after knocking the opponent off the toolbox. Absolute nerves of steel to close that out. Goodness, he survives a complete firefight to pull ahead again. He's just refusing to go down, surviving yet another nail-biter. Ignis is starting to claw back into this, making sure Mist doesn't just coast to a victory. Ignis is putting on a clinic with his movement, simply outclassing him from the ramp again. Mist just tore through him on that toolbox to secure a huge advantage. He's really defying the odds right now. He secures the final blow to close out the series. He really stepped up when it mattered, completely shutting down the favorite in a clean performance. Aster enters this match as the higher rated player on the ladder, and his 73% win rate here usually makes him the favorite, but Ignis has the psychological edge after taking their most recent head-to-head. We will see if that confidence allows him to push this lead further. He just clears the ramp with ease, making it a 3-round run. He's really capitalizing on a tough start for the higher rated player. Aster finally answers back, picking the opponent off the ramp to cut the lead. Exactly what we hope to see from the favorite in this set. The momentum is shifting as he takes this one down with an incredibly fast response. Ignis still holds a commanding 2-round cushion. That's an impressive showing from someone currently ranked 25th. He's refusing to let this game slip away, securing another easy round to narrow the gap. The gap in the standings is completely evaporating right now. Aster has a remarkably strong 28-8 record over the last day. It's impressive that he's maintaining that level of quality across several matches, yet he's still struggling to outpace Ignis in this specific series. It'll be a battle to see if that overall form can finally translate into a lead. Ignis is clinging to a tight 2-round advantage. He is really punishing the gaps in the defense. Ignis is just operating at a different speed right now. That last trade was practically instantaneous. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what the books expected to see. He's playing very solidly so far, and Aster will need to step up his aggression to claw this back. Let's see who blinks first. Ignis is firmly in control with an 8-5 lead. It's a stark contrast to his recent performance against Mist. Ignis is now just one step from closing out this 9-5 route. Tough luck for the top 12 seed here. He just wipes the ramp completely, taking full control of this set again. He's really making this a one-sided affair today. Aster manages to put a stop to the bleeding for a moment. He has a huge amount of experience on this map to draw from. Absolute nail-biter, but he keeps his composure. He's starting to chip away at that lead, keeping the pressure on in these final stages. A real battle of attrition between these two, a 50-50 history. He secures a huge advantage here and is now just a single round away from victory. He really looks like he has this series completely figured out. He holds the high ground to keep his hopes alive. A critical stop to avoid a total collapse. He's fighting an uphill battle right now. Unbelievable. Ignis secures a perfect final kill to seal the victory. He's just completely dismantled the top-seeded player today. That's 2 in a row for Ignis in their recent clashes. Aster has a massive historical advantage with those 99 head-to-head wins. It makes a lot of sense why he's feeling so comfortable right now. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually find a way to disrupt that pattern today. He's just too fast right now, taking total control of the match. He's certainly playing like the higher rated player right now. A gritty trade of fire here, and Mist manages to scrape through to get back on the board. It's a welcome shift in energy for the underdog. Aster is dominating the pace with a 4-1 lead. He's riding an impressive wave with 28 wins already today. That was an effortless shot, proving he isn't folding under the pressure. It's an interesting battle of wills for the lower seed. Both players traded blows, but he stayed calm to secure another round. He's definitely fighting back against that top quartile pressure. Aster has been incredibly active today, piling up 28 wins already, so yeah, he looks focused and clearly in a better rhythm than Mist. I wonder if he can keep this momentum high enough to wrap this up quickly. Incredible fight. Aster barely survives that exchange to reclaim the lead. A heart-stopping finish to that exchange. What an absolute war of attrition. Mist barely hangs on by a thread to keep this fight alive. A quick reflex play to keep the gap manageable. Another fast snap from Mist to keep the momentum swinging his way. It's 7-5 for Aster at the break, and honestly this looks exactly like the map advantage we expected with his 75% win rate here. Mist is putting up a fight, but Aster has the upper hand heading into the switch. Let's see if Mist finds a gear. Aster holds a steady 3-round lead at 8-5. He's simply been a force today, securing the 28th victory of the day. Mist shows some real tenacity here, digging in to tighten the gap. The underdog is refusing to go quietly now. Aster still in the driver's seat at 9-6. The gap in their rankings really starts to show in these exchanges. Aster's just cruising through this, sitting comfortably at 10-6. Just an instantaneous reaction to put an end to that brief resurgence. Mist recovers quickly, putting an end to the slide. He's definitely looking for some redemption after that recent defeat on Redline. He's closing the gap now, moving within striking distance of a tie. Coming off a tough 10-25 stretch today, he's finally finding a way to compete. Aster is just one step away from victory after that effortless encounter. The top-seeded player looks completely settled into the match. And there it is. Aster closes the door on this series with a definitive final shot. He really put on a clinic here. Mist tried to claw his way back, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding. Ignis holds a massive lead with over 600 total wins in their lifetime meetings. It makes sense given the gap between them on our ladder, but Mist is definitely the one who knows how to disrupt this specific matchup. Ignis is cruising right now with a 2-to-1 cushion. He definitely has the upper hand in recent form. We've got a total deadlock here, with neither side able to put together a consecutive win so far. Ignis takes the lead, making it 3-2. Mist claws back to make it a dead heat. An interesting dynamic given his current struggle in the league today. These last few engagements have been incredibly quick. The pace of this match is just blistering. We are all square now, both Mist and Ignis reset. Both players are struggling a bit with their overall form today. Mist just edges ahead by a single round. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure now. Unreal. He barely walks away from that chaotic exchange, putting his opponent on the defensive with the 3-round run. It's a total role reversal from their most recent encounter. Ignis manages to trade out of that fight to keep things close heading into the final round of the half. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we really expected the higher ranked player to run away with this one. Mist is proving he can compete despite that lower all-time win rate. Fresh start for both of them. Mist stays on top as we enter round 13. He's certainly looking to recapture that dominance we see in their historical matches. Mist is currently fighting an uphill battle with a 10-26 record today. Well, it makes this current lead even more impressive considering how tough his day has been. I wonder if he can maintain this momentum and turn a rough session into a victory. He's completely taken over the server, claiming 3 straight rounds to extend the lead. A sharp response here to finally put a stop to that run. Mist is just a couple of rounds away from a huge upset here. Looking at their head-to-head, we've seen some wild swings before. He's putting the pressure back on with another win, and now he's just 1 round away from closing this out. Ignis manages to keep his hopes alive with a clean shot to delay the inevitable. A completely untouchable sequence for Ignis to keep this contest going. He's refusing to go quietly, securing another round to keep the pressure mounting. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite. He's just not letting up, securing a 4th straight to keep this nail biter alive. What a finish. Mist secures the map with a totally one-sided final encounter. I can't believe we just saw that! He really dug deep to flip the script on this one. He had to work for that. unreal. Ignis barely survives that encounter, managing to knock Aster off the box with a sliver of health. Ignis is really putting the pressure on early, claiming another round and keeping the momentum firmly in his court. Aster has a 28-8 record so far today, which is an incredible run of form for him. It makes sense that he's starting to find his footing here after a slow start. I think it's a matter of whether he can keep this pace up against a very stubborn opponent. Ignis looks incredibly comfortable today, holding that high ground and keeping his slim lead intact. A dead hit now. Aster has leveled the series. Both players are practically identical in the recent match history today. Ignis claws back the lead at 4-3. He's certainly ignoring the rating gap right now. Ignis has all the momentum right now, reacting just a split second faster to clear that box. He's really mirroring that last head-to-head result here. He's completely untouchable from the box, making it 3 straight for Ignis. The lower rated player is looking way too sharp right now. Aster refuses to go away, showing a lot of grit to put another one on the board. He's fighting back from the brink after that heavy mid-game slide. A complete shutdown of the lobby, and he's now just 1 round away from a dead even split. The expected favorite is finally making his presence felt. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as expected. He's comfortably holding a small advantage and looks ready to close this out. Let's see if Aster answers back. Aster is showing serious resolve, keeping his side of the scoreboard ticking over. It's a huge shift in confidence from that earlier slump. Absolute perfection on that shot to bring us completely level at 7-7. Pure deadlock, now essentially a brand new series. He takes total control of the high ground for his 3rd straight victory. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Ignis answers back immediately to keep things completely balanced. Ignis always seems to find a way to keep it close. What a scramble! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to outlast the chaos to take a 9-8 lead. Aster strikes back and we are tied up at 9-all. This feels like an absolute coin flip at this point. Goodness, he barely walked away from that one. Aster digs deep to secure his 10th round after a brutal exchange. A total nail-biter of a duel there. And we're locked at 10 apiece as we enter the final stretch. It's almost impossible to call this a mismatch given their history. Ignis is really putting the squeeze on him now, picking up a 2nd straight round to take a slim lead. He keeps hammering away at his deficit, pulling us back to a dead heat at 11-all. Neither one is giving an inch in this grind. He's truly refusing to break, securing another round from the box to reach match point. The higher seed is finally seizing the advantage. What a finish! He closes the door with a perfect final shot to seal the series. He just couldn't find an answer to that final push. It's an incredible way to wrap up a set that felt like a complete toss-up. What a fight! Esther enters this series with a very strong 28-8 record over the last day. It's a huge contrast to the struggling start we've seen from him in these first few moments. Now the real test is whether he can shake off this slow start and reclaim his usual dominance. Mist has leveled the playing field, making it a dead heat. His overall record is a lot more impressive than this opener suggests. Aster holds a slim lead as we head back. That top quartile ranking is starting to show. Unreal, Mist claws back from the brink to secure a thrilling tie. That was an absolute nail-biter for a finish. Aster is just a single step ahead at 3-2. He certainly has the upper hand in their lifetime matchups. Aster is really starting to pull away at 4-2. He's looking much more comfortable since that 13-8 victory earlier today. He's totally taking over here, making a quick move to stack a 3-round run. He just can't find an answer for this streak, extending the gap to 6 rounds. His lifelong head-to-head record really reflects this disparity. Mist finally finds an opening to cut into that lead. It's a tough climb for someone sitting at 31st on the ladder. Aster is just too quick, using that ramp to shut down any momentum Mist tried to build. He definitely looks more settled than he did in his last match against Ignis. Mist has really struggled today with a total of 11 wins across his matches. And you can see that difficulty translating directly into this series. If he can't find a way to disrupt Aster's rhythm, this is going to be a very short evening for him. Aster holds a solid 8-4 advantage. It's a surprising start given the pre-match leaning towards Mist. He's leaning on a strong 62% win rate here to keep the momentum shifted in his favor. Aster's firmly in control with a 9-4 cushion. The gap in their long-term success is really on display here. Goodness, he barely walked away from that one. A brutal exchange that ended with him surviving by the narrowest of margins. Aster is just dominant, pushing the tally to 10-5. The gap in raw rating is really making a difference here. The speed of those last few exchanges has been incredible. They're just blinking and it's over. That was a blink and you miss it, delete. He's just one round away from victory. The favorites usually wrap things up this quickly. A sharp response from Mist to delay the inevitable just a bit longer. He's fighting for every single point now. What a finish! Aster shuts it down right there to secure the victory. He's just in a different league today, continuing a massive tier across this entire event. Ignis typically holds a heavy advantage in their head-to-head matchups, but Mist was actually the one to take the victory in their last meeting. He seems to be carrying that specific confidence into this series. Mist is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will. Ignis is starting to seize control here, putting on a really impressive display of speed across these last couple of rounds. We're seeing that historical dominance play out in real time. He secures an advantage from the ramp, and he's just simply too fast right now. His higher rank seems to be playing a huge part here. He just can't find an answer for this run, and the momentum has completely shifted. Just an absolute nightmare of a day for Mist so far. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, claiming another victory from the ramp. A huge reaction here as Mist claws another one back, refusing to let this match slide. He's really digging in here, bringing the gap down to a single round. The underdog is really starting to find his feet. Absolutely incredible. Mist secures the level from the ramp and keeps this comeback rolling. Everything is wiped clean now with the boards completely level. Ignis answers back quickly to keep the lead as we head toward the break. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is firmly in the driver's seat. Mist did manage a 3-round run, but overall the higher seed is holding his ground. Time for a clean slate. Ignis is just too consistent, securing another clean round from the ramp to stretch the lead. He's certainly looking like the more reliable player in this specific match. Mist has been struggling a bit with an 11-25 record over the last day. And it's starting to look like a really uphill battle to close this gap. He needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum immediately. Both of them were fighting for the high ground there, but Ignis managed to come out on top. The higher seed is really asserting himself in this series. The gap is widening now, and it's becoming really difficult for Mist to find any openings. The ranking difference is becoming a real factor here. A complete shutdown here, and now the favorite just needs a single round to seal the deal. The disparity in their peak forms is becoming obvious. And there it is. Ignis shuts the door on the competition to secure a decisive victory. It's just the outcome we expected here, and he completely owned the server today. Esther is coming into this map with a massive 75% win rate. It's clear he's bringing that confidence after already taking a game of Ignis earlier today. I wonder if that psychological edge will be enough to pull away early. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster came out on top to push his lead to 3-0. Simply untouchable right now, he's just refusing to let Ignis get any traction. The ranking gap is really showing in the opening exchanges. Ignis finally answers back after a tough opening sequence. Interestingly, their long-term history is a dead even split. Aster is absolutely dominating this, sitting pretty at 5-1. He's definitely looking for a second 13-6 performance today. Aster has looked completely dominant with a 28-8 record over the last day. And it's starting to feel like this might just be another one of those days where everything is hitting for him. He is really putting the pressure on Ignis to make a move. Ignis is buried deep in a 7-2 hole now. He's really proving why he's currently sitting at 12th in the ratings. The momentum is swinging heavily now, and Ignis is really starting to feel the pressure of this deficit. Absolute control from the favorite, picking up another effortless round to tighten his grip on the map. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the intermission. Well, he's completely flipped the script on the pre-match expectations. Ignis just hasn't found an answer for the sheer speed Aster is showing today. Let's see if Ignis can shake this off. The rounds are just flying by. Aster is putting out an incredible pace right now. He's certainly taking advantage of a higher ladder position here. Ignis manages to trade a round back, but he's still fighting a very steep uphill climb here. A much needed breath for the 25th seed here. Aster finds his mark and clears the ramp to put himself one step away from the victory. Just an incredibly fast reaction there to shut him down. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series in style. He's just on a completely different level today, making a quick work of this entire set. Esther is currently riding a 4-game win streak into this duel. It's a massive contrast to Mist, who has been struggling to keep pace over the last day. It will be interesting to see if that momentum carries him through the first half. Mist is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The underdog is really putting the pressure on here. They've completely swapped momentum, and now we're back to a dead heat. This looks a lot like their last meeting on Blame Mappas. Aster takes the lead, moving ahead 3-2. He's really showing that top quartile experience right now. Aster is absolutely on a roll now, picking up another win to extend the lead. That dominates the head-to-head history between these two. He's just too fast, extending that run to a 4-round lead. Finally, a response from Mist, showing some grit to hold that charge. The underdog is starting to find his footing early on. Aster really has a stranglehold on this match with an all-time win rate of 68%. That high efficiency is perfectly mirroring the pressure he's applying right now. It's becoming very difficult for Mist to find an answer. Absolutely untouchable. He completely shuts down the comeback attempt. The number 12 seed is really making his presence felt here. Aster goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. This is a nightmare start for Mist, who was supposed to be the one in control here. He looks completely outclassed right now. Let's see if Mist can shake it off. Aster remains firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. Quickest kill of the series so far. Coming into the series on a cold streak of late. Aster is cruising now, pushing his lead to 10-4. It is just becoming a blowout at this point. Mist is really fighting an uphill battle here. Mist is fighting for every single point here, refusing to let this go without a fight. Goodness, that was an absolute war. He barely manages to survive that trade to reach match point. That was a nail-biter, but he's now just a single round away. A quick snapshot from Mist to keep the hope alive. That's a much cleaner trade for the trailing player. What a way to finish it. Aster shuts the door and closes out the map. Just another day at the office for that top 12 talent. He's really dominating this head-to-head matchup lately. Ignis has a strong historical edge here, winning about 61% of their career head-to-head games. It's a huge advantage to have coming into this, but he's currently playing against a very motivated opponent. Mist will be looking to shake off a tough day of results. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He certainly looked more comfortable in that fast aim clash earlier today. Unreal. Ignis barely survives that exchange to drag Mist off the ramp, and even the score. Both of these guys have been struggling today overall. Mist keeps the momentum shifting with a 3-2 lead. It's a surprising shift, given the number 25 ranking he's carrying. Mist is really dominating now, pushing his lead to 4-2. Ignis is really feeling that 3-13 loss to Aster today. A complete shutdown. He's taking total control of the server right now. Hard to believe he's this one-sided after those losses to Aster. Simply unstoppable, he's now taken 4 straight to build a significant cushion. Another fast one from the ramp, and that's 5 in a row for him. He is completely flipping the script from that earlier meeting. Ignis holds his ground on the ramp to put a halt to that run. He's proved himself more consistent over the long haul. Meister has been struggling significantly with a 10-26 record today. It's making this current lead even more impressive given how tough his day has been. He really needs to maintain this pace to secure a result. Mist takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. He's completely defying the expectations here. This was supposed to be Ignis' match to win, but he's just not finding any answers for the underdog right now. Time to shake it off. Ignis. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp. The gap in the ladder isn't showing at all right now. What a scramble! He barely clings on with just 14 health to secure this one. He's certainly showing why he's higher on the ladder. Mist is just a step ahead right now, using that high ground to put some serious distance between them. He barely edges out the victory in a chaotic exchange, leaving him on the verge of collapse. A completely effortless kill, and he's now just a single round away from victory. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Ignis manages to find a way through, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. A desperate attempt to keep this series alive. Game over. Mist pulls off a huge finish to shut things down at 13-6. He really needed this one to turn his day around after that dismal start. A huge confidence boost for him on Redline. Aster puts up a strong start, catching Ignis right as he was pushing up the ramp. Aster is riding a significant wave of momentum with a 28-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing a lot of confidence into this set, but his rival has a long history of playing him tight. We'll see if Ignis can keep this close early on. The tide has completely turned and Ignis is just coasting through these early exchanges. He's definitely shaking off that earlier 13-3 loss to the top-seeded guy. A swift response here to bring the score back to 2-3. He's definitely the more seasoned hand in the top quartile of the ladder. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. The two of them are nearly identical in their head-to-head records. He's simply too fast right now, securing his third straight point to take the lead. He's clearly in a great spot after his clean sweep over Mist. Unbelievable efficiency from Aster, taking total control of this set with another effortless round. The gap in their rankings is starting to show here. Simply untouchable. He's now claimed 5 straight to firmly establish a grip on this match. Absolute demolition now. He's completely dismantled his opponent to secure 6 in a row. He just cannot be stopped, dragging Ignis right off the ramp to keep the streak alive. Just as we expected from the favorite side today, Aster holds a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, he is completely disregarding the pre-match predictions right now. He's really making a case for a huge upset today. Ignis needs to wake up now. Ignis proves he can hold his own by holding that ramp angle, quickly putting a stop to the one-sided nature of this map. A high-quality performance from someone who usually struggles against him. Ignis is really fighting back to close this gap, and it's impressive, since he is sitting at a 15-21 record for the day. Well, he's clearly found his focus while Aster is starting to look a bit shaken. We need to see if this momentum can actually flip the script. Aster answers right back to keep the pressure on. He's really putting a hold on this series? Aster maintains a healthy 3-point cushion at 10-7. The odds really painted him as the long shot coming into this. Aster is just too stubborn to let this slip, holding that ramp position to push his lead even further. He really looks comfortable playing this specific layout. Aster is back on top and just a single round away from ending this. His recent victory over Kale had a similar feel to this. Absolutely flawless finisher from Aster to close out the match. He's just on a different level today, and it's great to see that momentum carry through a second straight victory over Ignis. Aster enters this match with a dominant 29-7 record over the last day. He's certainly carrying that momentum into this series. Given how much he's been winning lately, Mist is going to have to dig deep to find an answer. Absolute chaos on the ramp. Mist barely scrapes through that one with his life. A massive rating gap to overcome for the 31st seed. Aster is just relentlessly crushing this, leading 3-1. He's showing why he sits so high in the top 10. Aster is just taking over now, comfortably holding that high ground on the ramp. His high win rate across the board is starting to show. The gap is widening, and Aster is simply too fast for him right now. He's just continuing to punish Mist throughout this entire session. Mist manages to get the better of him on the ramp. He needs to keep this energy if he wants to close the gap. Aster has a huge amount of confidence coming in here, having won 65% of their lifetime matchups. It's clear he's utilizing that historical dominance to put on the pressure. I wonder if Mist can actually find a way to break that trend. Aster is practically untouchable, pushing it to 7-2. He looks completely locked in after that big win against Ignis earlier. Aster shuts that door quickly, picking him off the ramp to extend his run. It's starting to feel like a repeat of their last encounter on Italy. He gets his eyes open just in time to snag a quick round here. He is definitely showing some fight despite the rank gap. Aster heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, he's completely ignoring the underdog tag today. He's just way too sharp and Mist looks stuck in a hole. Time for Mist to wake up. Mist is refusing to go quietly, securing another win from that ramp position. He's definitely looking to make up for that loss on Italy. Aster maintains his grip on this, now sitting at 9-5. Aster quickly puts an end to that mini run, picking Mist off the ramp to keep control. The top 10 ranking is really starting to weigh in here. Aster is just putting on a clinic right now, taking that ramp position to put himself in a great spot. He's looking incredibly sharp with that 80% recent form. Mist is really fighting to stay in this, putting up a brave effort despite the uphill climb. He's really fighting the current after that tough start to the day. He just needs one more now, and that quick reaction put him in a prime spot to finish this. Expectations are being met in a big way tonight. A swift response from Mist to keep his hopes alive. It's a tough spot, but he's showing some real resilience here. He manages to outduel Aster yet again, extending his own run to 2. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the favorite. Simply stunning precision. He just can't be stopped right now, securing his 3rd straight point. What a finish! Aster closes it out and secures the victory! He really just lived up to the hype today. Mist put up a great fight, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Mist and Ignis facing off in a match where the favorite looks to dominate. Ignis has won over 60% of their head-to-head matches, and he's certainly leaning into that mental edge today. I mean, he's the favorite for a reason, but Mist did manage a convincing win in their last meeting. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find a way back into this series. Absolutely oppressive. Ignis is just refusing to let his opponent breathe. The momentum is entirely shifted now, and he's just completely in control. Looking at his rank, Ignis is really showing a gap in class right now. Mist puts a stop to that slide and gets himself back on the board. He certainly looked a bit shaky across his last few sets today. Unreal. He barely clings on with a sliver of health to drag himself back into this game. Getting an edge in these tight exchanges is everything. Mist is really struggling for consistency today, especially after going 10-26 in his last few matches. It's becoming clear that the early lead Ignis build is starting to feel like a huge mountain to climb. He needs a major shift in confidence if he wants to turn this around. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. That was an incredibly quick exchange to settle the score. These last few rounds have been flashing by. Ignis is just too quick for him right now. He's really making the most of that slight edge in rating. He just picks him right off the box to keep this surge going. A tough stretch for a player currently ranked 31st on the ladder. Ignis holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break, and really, this is exactly how we expected this match to start. He's just outclassing Mist in every exchange right now. Time for a mental reset. Ignis stays out of reach, pushing it to 10-3. His overall form hasn't been much better lately with 14 wins today. Ignis just didn't let him breathe on that high ground, ending it in a blink. Mist is showing some grit here, refusing to go quietly even with such a heavy deficit. He's got plenty of experience on this specific map. Mist is starting to push back, putting some real pressure on the lead now. He just shuts everything down with a perfect shot, putting himself at match point. Absolute precision from the favorite to regain control. He manages to scrap out a win here to keep the game alive. He simply needs a single clean round to seal this series. What a fight! He manages to outlast him in a chaotic exchange to keep this series going. He's on fire. That's a third straight win for Mist, and he's looking dangerous right now. The underdog is suddenly looking like a huge threat here. Another swift win for Mist, who is simply refusing to let this game slip away. Simply incredible. He has completely seized the momentum and is now just 3 rounds away from a legendary comeback. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking this far too comfortably to put the pressure back on the leader. What a finish! He survives by a hair to close out the match and take the victory. Just unbelievable. He nearly let a massive lead slip right through his fingers after that wild surge, but he kept his head. What a fight. Aster enters this with a 36 record over the last day, showing just how consistent he's been. It's an impressive stretch of form that really puts the pressure on Ignis to find a way back into this game. Aster's just cruising along with a clean 2-0 lead. It's a tough spot for the number 26 rated guy. A gritty exchange here, but he edges it out to keep the perfect start. He seems to have this matchup completely figured out today. A tough exchange there, but Ignis proves he's not going down without a fight. The underdog is starting to push back now. Aster still firmly in control with that 4-1 lead. That head-to-head history between them is almost a dead heat. Aster is simply dominating this set, sitting on 5. He looks far more comfortable than his recent results suggested. Ignis is usually considered the slight favorite in these matchups based on their shared history, but his overall win rate hovers just below 50%. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually flip the script this time. He's showing some serious grit, securing another one to bring the gap to 2. Ignis is definitely making his presence felt now. He is absolutely on fire right now, completely taking over the momentum in this set. Aster manages to hold that run, taking a hard-fought win to regain some breathing room. That recent victory over him on Blame Mappas was just a taste of this. He's hanging in there, securing another to tighten the gap before we head into the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the results are reflecting that 75% map win rate we saw in the stats. He's playing the role of the aggressor here and forcing the favorite to play catch-up. Fresh start for both players. That was a careful fight, but he stays completely unscathed to pull within 1. The gap between them on the ladder is practically non-existent right now. Absolutely flawless execution to bring the score level as he just completely erases his opponent. Everything is back on the table now. Aster claws back the edge to lead 8-7. He's really capitalizing on that top 10 ranking right now. A complete shutdown there, and now we've got a deadlock at 8-all. Everything is completely wide open for the final stretch. Aster claims the lead once more, putting him at 9. He's really playing like a top 10 seed today. A clean strike to bring it all level, showing just how determined he is to stay in this. This is shaping up to be exactly the scrap we expected. Another rapid victory for the challenger, who just can't be shaken right now. Pure chaos now with Aster and Ignis tied 10 apiece. This is essentially a coin flip going into the final stretch. What a scrap! He barely survives a brutal trade to take the lead. He's really digging deep to keep his lead in this one. We are witnessing a total stalemate here. Every single round is becoming a high-stakes toss-up. What a chaotic fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself 1 round away from victory. A precise sequence of shots to keep himself in the driver's seat. Unbelievable. He finishes them off with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He really showed why he's sitting in the top 10, though he definitely had to sweat that one out. He fought hard for the win. Esther enters this series on an incredible 8-win streak. It's an imposing run that mirrors his overall dominance in this specific head-to-head. It will be tough for Mist to find any answers here. Esther holds a commanding 2-1 lead right now. It's a tough hill to climb for the 31st ranked player. Mist has completely turned the tables here, wiping out that early lead from Esther. His 31-5 run today has a massive speed bump now. Absolutely zero damage taken. He's completely shifted the energy of this set. He's just on another level right now, claiming a 4th straight round with an effortless shot. Esther quickly puts a stop to that run, securing a clean win. He has historically owned this specific rivalry with over 100 total wins. Mist has a lifetime win rate of only 47%. See, look, he's fighting an uphill battle against the odds and his own history today. It's impressive to see him keeping the pressure up like this. Mist is just cruising now with a 6-3 lead. The top 10 seed is really feeling the pressure. A completely untouched effort from Esther to keep the gap narrow. He definitely knows how to put on the brakes when needed. He continues to close the distance, staying composed as he enters the final frame of the opening half. A strong response to clear things up before the break. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's holding his own just as we expected for this specific series. He looks steady, but Esther's higher overall rating makes him a dangerous threat for the second half. New side, new energy. A precise exchange that goes his way, proving he's not going down without a fight. The favorite is clearly starting to regain his composure here. Unbelievable! He manages to edge out a victory and clear the board, completely leveling the score. Mist claws back the lead, putting him up 8-7. The favorite is really having to dig deep today. He finds the target on the ramp to bring this series level at 8-8. Total deadlock now as we head into the final stretch. Mist manages to hold that ramp advantage to pull ahead once again. The top 10 seed is truly fighting for his life right now. A rapid snap to the head and we're back to a dead heat at 9-9. Absolute chaos in this one. You can't tell who the favorite is anymore. Esther outduels him on the ramp, showing great persistence as he continues this climb. He's playing the role of the heavy favorite perfectly today. A deadlock at 10-all. This is a total toss-up. Neither side can pull away in this absolute grind. A flawless shot there. Esther continues to show great resilience as he pushes his lead to 11-10. My goodness, Mist barely survives. He claws back the tie after an absolutely brutal exchange. Unreal, he really walked away from the brink there. A desperate fight, but Esther comes out on top to secure a massive advantage. The seed is finally showing a bit of that elite skill gap. What a way to close it out. Esther surges through to secure the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit this time, refusing to just fold like he has in the past. It was a grueling battle all the way. What a fight. Ignis strikes first by taking advantage of that ramp position to open the scoring. Ignis has clearly owned the historical head-to-head, taking 61% of their total encounters. He seems to have an innate psychological edge over Mist in this rivalry. It will be interesting to see if the early momentum helps him widen that gap today. Ignis is just dominating, leading a commanding 3-1. Mist is refusing to back down, keeping this set incredibly close as we head into the 6th. Mist is really heating up, taking total control of the server right now. A huge flip of the script for the underdog here. Absolutely effortless, that's another one for the leading side. And we are back to a dead heat, as the score settles at 4-4. The higher rated man is finally showing some consistency. Mist claws back the lead, sitting one up now. He's really fighting for a tough run today. Mist has really struggled to close out games today, coming in with a dismal 9-27 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, it's surprising to see him this comfortably in control against a player who usually has his number. He's effectively wiping the slate clean for this map. We're all squared up at 6-6 as we switch sides. Well, the underdog is absolutely refusing to buckle under the pressure. Mist is playing way above his usual level for this pair, making this an incredibly wide open battle going into the second half. Let's see who blinks first. Mist holds a slim edge as we enter round 13. He's fighting a tough battle against a higher ranked player today. Mist looks completely in control now, quickly picking up that third round in a row. He's shaking off the loss he took earlier against Aster. He is absolutely on fire, extending his lead to 9-6 with a total shutdown. The gap on the ladder is barely showing right now. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another point in a flash. The momentum is entirely shifted as he storms toward the finish line. It's a complete turnaround from their previous clash on Dunes. Ignis finally puts a stop to the momentum, taking a clean round for himself. Ignis is quickly closing the distance, putting the pressure back on Mist with 2 straight rounds. He is on a tear now, picking up a 3rd straight to keep this comeback alive. The favorite is finally starting to look like the danger man. And he holds that momentum by shutting the door from the ramp. It's getting harder for the favorite to reclaim the series. Ignis manages to clear him out of heaven, staying alive and keeping his hopes alive. The top-rated man is starting to show why he entered as the favorite. He refuses to go away, shutting down the lead to keep this series alive. The experience advantage is really starting to peak in this clutch. What a performance! Mist closes it out to secure the victory. He just completely broke a brutal losing streak with that one. Honestly, I can't believe he's actually managed to find a way through today. What a fight! Aster comes into this with a staggering 31-5 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a massive amount of confidence into this server. Seeing as Ignis has really struggled in his recent outings, the pressure is on him to find a way to disrupt that pace. Aster is cruising now, just one more to go. His overall win rate is practically a coin flip, but he's fighting back. The tide has completely shifted. Ignis is looking sharper and sharper as he claims this one. Aster holds a slim lead at 3-2 right now. The number 9 ranked player is really asserting himself here. Aster extends the gap to 4-2 after that play. His overall win rate is noticeably higher than what he's facing here. That was a lightning fast exchange. Ignis really scrambled there to keep this series tight. Ignis is really fighting an uphill battle with a 13-23 record over the last day. It's a rough stretch that mirrors the struggles we've seen from him in a few of his other recent outings. Now it's just a matter of seeing if he can break Aster's momentum before the lead gets out of reach. He is just taking over this match, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. He's really leaning into his top 10 status today. Another quick win for Aster, who completely shuts down any hope of a comeback before the break. Aster goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. Well, he's completely defying the pre-match odds right now. That 4-round run really puts the pressure on Ignis to make a change after the switch. Let's see if the lead holds. Ignis looks great from the ramp, continuing this charge back into the series. He's really pushing back against that rating gap right now. Aster quickly answers back and shuts down Ignis' attempt to hold the ramp. He's showing the difference in their all-time win rates here. Aster has completely outplayed him here, taking control from the ramp. The underdog isn't getting any more breathing room here. Ignis manages to pull this one back, showing that he can definitely hold his own against the higher seed. His career record is nearly balanced, and it's showing in these fights. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal slugfest to secure another win, keeping himself very much in the hunt. Ignis had the momentum for a moment, but Aster is quickly shutting that down. His 68% lifetime success rate is a huge safety net. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Ignis is really refusing to go down without a fight. That was instant. He's now just one round away from victory. The favorite is really closing in on this finish. And there it is. Aster finishes strong from the ramp to secure the match. He's just on a tear lately, looking completely untouchable as he puts another win in the books today. Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Aster facing off on Mappas today. Aster enters as the favorite in this match. Aster has built a significant gap in the head-to-head record, winning over 60% of their encounters. The sheer volume of their history together makes that dominance feel very reliable. Now the real test is if Mist can disrupt this specific streak. Unbelievable. Mist claws back into this, nearly dying while clearing him off the ramp. He's definitely not playing like a rank 31 right now. Aster's holding a firm lead with a 3-1 advantage. He's been absolutely dominant with 31 wins today. Aster is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. This is looking like a repeat of their last encounter. Aster is just on another level right now, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. He's certainly playing like the number 9 seed today. Mist secures a clean kill from the ramp to keep the score at 2-5. The favorite is definitely feeling some pressure now. Aster has been on fire today with 31 wins already. It really shows in his confidence, especially since he's coming off a string of perfect games in his last 10 matches. The big question is if Mist can even find a foothold here. Aster is simply dominating the pace at 7-3. He just put a quick end to that attempt at a comeback. These matches are ending so fast. Mist barely has a second to react before he's out. Aster holds a huge 9-3 cushion heading into the break. I mean, the betting labels had this as a toss-up, but he's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Fresh sides, let's get back in. Mist is fighting for every single point, securing this one from the ramp to keep things moving. He's certainly had a tough run across his other matches today. Aster just shuts the door on that quick response, taking the win from the ramp. He's really putting his 10-win streak into perspective here. Aster just reads him perfectly, catching Mist right as he tries to peek from the ramp. Mist is refusing to just go away, putting up a fight even though he's down by 6. He's usually coming out on top in this pairing. Unbelievable, he barely survives that clash on the ramp, clinging to a single health point. That was an incredibly tight exchange for the lead. What a frantic finish, he barely walks away alive to seal the series. He just continued that incredible run of form he's been on all day. Mist fought hard, but he's just out of options. Ignis historically dominates this pairing with 666 wins over Mist. He's really struggling to translate that career edge into results today. It will be interesting to see if he can shake off the pressure of this recent losing streak. Ignis is really putting on the pressure, taking a quick win and denying the high ground here. We are completely locked in a dead heat now. He's coming into this set with some heavy losses against Aster. Ignis is too fast for him, cutting him down from that high position. Ignis is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. Looking to bounce back from those rough matches against Aster earlier. Mist is closing in fast, trailing by just 1. A tough start today for both, with a combined 23 losses across their sets. Mist is definitely fighting an uphill battle today with a 10-26 record over the last day. He's clearly struggling to find any consistency across his sets. It'll be tough for him to bridge this gap if Ignis keeps this pace. He's simply too precise right now, taking a commanding lead into the double digits. A clean response from Mist to bring the score to 4-7. A rare sight seeing Ignis fall this far behind in his recent match history. Ignis takes the lead 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, it's a very standard start for the favorite today. He's using his experience to keep this match well under control. Time to switch it up. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health left. A solid response for the higher ranked player here. Ignis keeps the momentum, holding a strong 9-5 lead. He's certainly trying to play the spoiler here. Ignis is absolutely dominating this set, sitting at 10-5. It's been a long day for him, already playing 3 sets. Mist is really starting to chew into that lead, taking out Ignis right from the box. Slightly higher on the ladder, but not acting like it right now. Ignis still holds a comfortable cushion at 10-7. He's looking very similar to that series they played on Blame Map. Ignis shuts that door quickly, reacting fast to take the lead back from the high ground. The higher rated player is showing a bit more poise here. Unreal. He clings to life with a tiny bit of health after that wild exchange from the box. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Ignis manages to claw out a win to reach match point. Just a few pixels of health left on that clock. Game over. Ignis secures the final kill to take the win. And there it is. He really puts an end to that slump today and finally gets back in the winner's circle. What a chaotic opener. Aster barely scrapes through that firefight to take the early lead. Aster enters this one with an incredible 11 win streak. It's clear he's carrying some serious momentum from his previous matches. He's the heavy favorite on paper, but Ignis has a way of playing him closer than most. Ignis has fought back to keep this deadlock at 2-2. Aster is really taking control here, quickly picking him off the ramp to build some serious momentum. The ranking gap is definitely showing right now. We're all squared up again at 3 apiece. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence tonight. Aster is starting to put some distance between himself and the opponent by catching him right there on the ramp. His 31-5 record today is no accident. Aster is starting to separate himself, securing another high spot on the ramp to widen that gap. He is clearly the one in top form right now. Aster just completely shut that down, knocking his opponent off the ramp to secure the 3rd straight round. He's looking every bit as strong as he did in their previous encounter. He just can't be stopped, cutting down Ignis from the ramp to extend his run to 4. The gap in their ratings is becoming a chasm. Another lightning fast play from the ramp as he keeps this hot streak moving. He's continuing that dominant game from his previous series. Aster takes a huge lead at 9-3. I mean, this is far beyond what most expected for the underdog. Aster is simply too sharp right now, capping that half with a 6-round tier. Ignis has a mountain to climb. Ignis has clearly felt the weight of his 13-23 performance today. It's been a difficult day for him overall, but he's finally showing he can withstand the pressure in these high-intensity exchanges. Now it's a matter of seeing if he can build on this momentary Aster shuts down that attempt from the ramp and puts himself in a very strong position. He's maintaining that high standard we've seen throughout his run today. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. He's fighting through a very tough game, but he's definitely still in it. Ignis claws back to 7, still trailing by 3. He's definitely punching above his weight class in this set. Aster is closing in on the finish line and refuses to let his opponent build any real momentum. These fast exchanges are getting a bit more unpredictable as we head into the final stretch. Ignis is showing a ton of grit, holding his ground from the ramp to keep the pressure on. He is refusing to let the favorites walk away with this. That was a frantic trade-off, but Aster comes out on top to bring himself to the brink of victory. Everything is lining up exactly how the analysts predicted. Ignis puts up a fierce wall here, refusing to go down without a fight. He's fighting back with some serious urgency here. He's simply refusing to break, shutting down that momentum to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is completely shifting as the gap closes to a single round. Unbelievable. He hangs on by a thread and seals the victory right here. Ignis put him through the absolute ringer on that map, but he just couldn't find the last few touches. He had to dig deep for that one. What a fight. Unreal! Mist somehow claws out a victory from the absolute brink to take the opener. Aster is on a tear right now with a 12-game win streak. And honestly, we're seeing that confidence translate directly into a huge skill gap on this map. It will be tough for Mist to keep pace if he can't find a way to break that momentum. A crazy scramble right there on the ramp, but Mist comes out on top to even things up. This is a huge shift given Aster's dominance in their last head-to-head. Aster is moving fast, quickly erasing that small lead Mist had built up. That's his 8th victory in the last 10 matchups. Aster is just too quick on the trigger, effectively controlling the pace of this series. The top 8 seed is really showing out tonight. He just can't find a way to slow this man down right now. It's a brutal day for Mist, whose last 24 hours have been rough. What a fight! He barely survives that trade, but he manages to get the final shot off to narrow the gap. He's fighting an uphill battle against the expected favorite. What a scramble! Aster barely edges out that fight to extend his lead. He's firmly in control, similar to that last encounter they had. A blistering reaction from Mist to keep this fight alive. Aster is putting on a show today with a 31-5 record over the last 24 hours. Well, that blistering form is making this look like a foregone conclusion. It'll take a massive shift in energy if Mist wants to turn this around. We're at the break with Aster leading 8-4. I mean, the script has flipped completely. Mist entered as the favorite, but the higher rated Aster is proving why he's top 10 in the rankings right now. Aster keeps the pressure on with a commanding 8-5 lead. The underdog has certainly seen better days today. Aster is rolling now, pushing his lead to 9-5. He's looking incredibly sharp for someone who's already played so many games tonight. Mist is refusing to go quietly, trading blows and clawing his way back into this game. Aster hits double digits, extending his cushion to 10-6. The gap in their head-to-head history is really showing. Aster is making this look far too easy, barely giving Mist any time to even react. Mist is showing a bit of tenacity here, refusing to let this one get out of hand. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that ranking gap. Mist is really putting the brakes on that lead, refusing to let the match slide away. Putting together a really strong pair of rounds here. A clean sweep for Aster, putting him just one step away from victory. The rating difference has been the story of this series. And that's it. A perfect final shot from Aster to close this out and claim the series. He's just